the certificates in fast car repair. His wall is just covered. It's incredible.
There's nothing he can't do. So there we go, back of that car, somewhat remotely held together with, we like to call it duct tape. Duct tape, you used to call duct tape?
Yeah, speed tape, gaff tape.
Yeah.
Speed tape just sounds a little, a little spicier, a little more racy.
Racy,
yeah.
I like it.
Yeah. Duct tape is for the home, speed tape is for the car.
Okay, yeah,
exactly.
Well, here we go, car slide to gear, Simon Olson. Going to try a little bit of redemption here, see if he can't pull a fast one on Benedictus Cherba, but Cherba, man, knows his way around this circuit, that's for sure. Jumps onto the back bumper already on initiation, and Simon Olson flicks that carbon Kevlar S15 to angle. No such issues this time for Simon Olson. Oh, contact as Cherba hits the rear wheel and fires himself on the inside of the circuit. Simon Olson keeps up, and this one is going to be a tough battle for the judges to decide, that's for sure. As Olson puts the back bumper to the wall, Cherba gets himself back into the fight, jumps onto the door and pushes Olson across the line.
Oh, it always gets spicy when you start to see these contacts, because it will, in a lot of ways, come down to who's at fault. And it can be, from these first views, it is so difficult to tell who's been more aggressive, who's slowing down. But look at Simon Olson coming through the pipe, coming over that hill. Big initiation there, getting that car all the way, knowing how much trust he can put into it. But it's this transition here where things get spicy as we're blinded by the smoke. But Benedictus Cherba gets into the back end of Simon Olson and catches him in transition.
He's sustained some damage as well there. Has he got a flat tire on the front of that?
It might be. And then having to fight through the rest of that is really tough. But Simon Olson keeps in it, has that contact, doesn't give up at any point in time, and just two warriors battling it out. And really for Cherba, he knows the status that Simon Olson brings over here, an incredible competitor no matter where he drives. And Benedictus Cherba, same thing. The list of accomplishments from Benedictus Cherba is massively long. And Simon Olson, a rookie of the year over in the States, 4th place overall in the season, and just both very accredited drivers. The judges now going to have to determine fault to really understand which way this is going to go.
Yeah, well, I can see the judges replay monitor in front of us now, and they're going back over and over the contact. They're going back over the initiation with the understeer. This one is not going to be a simple, and look at this, both guys out of the car discussing. Cherba a little bit deflated there, I think.
A little bit. You see the international hand signs of drifting. You get both hands, palm down, hands out, okay, you did this and I did that, but both drivers look a little uncertain here, Ian.
Yeah, and I think for me, Cherba feels more uncertain because he would have felt the understeer on initiation on the lead, and then he would obviously know about the contact. Look, this is the understeer they're looking at.
Yeah. So Simon's is very easy to point out. You can see it, but I think it's what came before that, what happened with Benedictus Cherba, that dictated what ended up having to happen with Simon. So because things happen so quickly, it seems a bit delayed on it. But yeah, pretty interesting there as our judge, David Klaas, eyes in, he's totally zoned in.
We're only this is the second battle of top 32, and the judges are already eyes on stalks, looking at 4 monitors, writing notes frantically, and having a heated discussion, Jacob.
Listen, I can read their notes right now, but I would love to get all of those by the end and compare all of it. I'd sit down on the plane and read through all those. Yeah. Although I don't think I can read any of their handwriting.
No. Well, here we go. Looks like there is the decision dropping in. Slide them left for Cherba, right for Simon Olson. So 1 vote for Simon Olson. It's 2 votes for Simon Olson. He gets the win and advances through to top 16. The bar is moved once again. And we say goodbye to Benedictus Cherba. We're going to go to you, David Klaas, real quick. Understeer from Cherba. Was the contact from Cherba as well the deciding factor?
Yes. That was something what we were deliberating a lot. That's also why there is split decision on that one. When one of the judges thought that it was still chaseable, me and Vernon thought that it is but it is unchaseable because the understeer was so severe that it was very hard to follow. Yes, there was a possibility to get out of it, but still, that was a big mistake done. In the second run, Cherba he knew that he needed to pull out something big from his chase, and he tried his best, but he a little bit overcooked it and hit Simon. Still, it was not a 0, but still, it was not possible to give him the win afterwards.
Thank you very much, David.
Sir?
Yeah, and tough for these guys. It's going to be like that all day. We go back to the start line to another big battle. This one is going to be one for the ages. We've seen these guys go head-to-head for many, many years, and now we get to see them again in 2025. It's going to be Jack Shanahan to take on Tomas Kylie, but Tomas Kylie, the higher qualifier, deciding to chase first.
Interesting. That I really think is a good idea in this. Save a bit of those tires, because you know Jack Shanahan, when they swap this around, is going to be on your door. And if you got a little bit more tire left on the car, that could be the difference in pulling out a bit of a gap.
Well, there we go. Slams that car into gear. Tomas Kylie, an OG, a real big name in Irish drifting, and so is Jack Shanahan. These two heavyweight hitters go head-to-head right now in top 32. Oh, look at the initiation from Shanahan, and it caught Tomas Kylie sleeping. Shanahan goes a wheel over the edge of the circuit, but manages to get it back on that qualifying line as he now puts himself right into the outside zone. But Kylie managed to regain some lost ground as he fires through the smoke up into the wall, up into the side of that Toyota GT86 as they go wheel to wheel for the outside zone and across the line.
There's something that happens when two Irish drivers go head-to-head in Mondello. The level steps up. It's like an ego thing almost. It's like, we've battled before, we're gonna battle again, and I'm gonna do it from high country, I'm gonna do it from high country, and they just go so hard right off the bat. This is just a full send, and look at Jack Shanahan, completely focused in, quick little e-brake to get that car settled, and then locked in, barely even moving that steering wheel. I feel like he could drive this track blindfolded at this point. And Tomas Kylie, as you said, that little bit of an issue at the very beginning, but you could not tell through the rest of the run. Knows how to cut a bit of the course here without making it look super visible, and then gets right into it, almost making front wheel to front wheel contact as they battle through those zones. This is just a head-to-head for the ages for me, and something just so cool that the whole world gets to watch right now. If you didn't watch the other series, if you didn't watch these drivers coming up, this is incredible. Like, there's a history again.
There is a huge history, and as you say, Jacob, if you haven't managed to see these two guys go head to head before, there is all this footage is still available online. You can go back and watch the battles, because I've been in Mondello Park before where they've gone one more time 3 or 4 times.
I believe it,
because there is no separating them. The same with James Dean, Tomas Kylie. There is a really famous battle from here in Mondello Park of James Dean and Tomas Kylie going so hard in one more times that the engine exploded in Kylie's car and the piston came out.
Crazy. Yeah, I mean, listen, if you love drift, if you really love drifting, go back, watch the feeder series, understand what these drivers have gone through just to get to this point.
Exactly that.
Yeah.
Look at this, very clever from Jack Shanahan, using that time left on the timer to scrub the front tyres on the car to make sure they're perfectly clean so that he can fire in. He knows that there's been some unsteer issues here in the past. He doesn't want to catch one right now. Chasing down Tomas Kylie as the light goes green. Car slamming to gear and off the start line. It could be Kylie to lead out Jack Shanahan for a spot in the top 16 awaits. We've already got one wild card in the top 16. Can we have another? As Shanahan now doesn't have any issues staying with Kylie, but Kylie's absolutely flying as he now puts the back end of that car deep over the zone, and Shanahan pops on the clutch, jumps the front of that GT86 up, looks for that open opportunity, fires through the smoke as Jack Shanahan now once again looks for the side of that S13 as they go to the wall and across the line.
Yeah, very rare mistake there from Kylie, and Jack able to adapt to it. And when we get into these replays, you're going to see Jack at angle doing some really interesting things to gain proximity while at full angle without cutting the course. Super cool to see. But look at this entry for Tomas Kylie. Very comfortable at this. Gets that car out to angle, and Jack Shanahan knows the moves he's going to pull up. But Tomas Kylie right here overcommitting just ever so slightly, and really you can see it here. That white line shows everything that you're doing when you start to put those wheels up. And look at Jack. Doesn't take the hand off the e-brake, using it to gain that proximity, as we see his lucky charm there zip tied to the front roll bar of the Shanahan car. Oh man, I'm loving seeing this. Jack popping through the smoke. It feels like two drivers back in, bash cars going at it. They could be doing this with 100 horsepower, 1,000 horsepower, and it's going to be the same battle every single time.
Yeah, it certainly would be. These two guys, absolute pleasure to watch, and you almost feel like you've been robbed watching it in Top 32.
I know, and I mean, we're stacking up with some crazy battles already in the head-to-heads that could happen, but yeah, just getting to see the two countrymen that have gone head-to-head on many occasions do it here live in front of us, Top 32 at Mondello. It's just something so special about it.
There we go, they're out of the car, and they both laugh to each other like it must be the 50th battle they've done together head-to-head. Two good friends behind the scenes, and both cars come out of that one unscathed. They laugh as they look across. And there we go, slide them left for Shanahan, right for Tomas Kylie. It's going to be one vote for Shanahan. It's 2 votes for Shanahan. It's going to be unanimous. It's Jack Shanahan getting the win, advancing through to the top 16, and we say goodbye to Tomas Kylie. And Shanahan takes a sigh of relief and says, well, that was a tough day, but you always will be against Tomas Kylie. He knows what Tomas Kylie's like. Look, Becky's down there on the ground with Jack Shanahan. He's had a tough weekend so far, Becky. He said to me earlier on in practice that things weren't going right. He wasn't feeling like he's in the zone, but how's he feeling now?
I think you can tell by his face, Ian, that he's having a much better weekend now. He's just managed to sail through his top 32 battling into top 16. Jack, that looked almost like a friendly, just two friends driving as hard as possible on a track they know like the back of their hand.
Yeah, no, that was good fun. We were just discussing above, I think it's been like 9 years since we last battled here, which is mad. It makes us feel old, but we're only 25, like, so it's funny, we started our like journey together when we were 10 years old, so it's quite cool to do it here. It's good fun, for sure.
You said last night you were going to get a good night's sleep, get yourself in the game, get your head straightened. Are you feeling good now you've just got into the top 16? Like, what's the plan for the day?
I think a bit better for sure. So we did make one adjustment between practice and battles to make the car just drive a little bit nicer, and it kind of paid off. So now we're not fighting it as much, and it also sounds a bit better with the adjustments, which is sweet, which always makes it better. But yeah, I'm just kind of like, to be honest, that was the most nerve-wracking battle for me because I know how good Tomas is, and I knew he was going to send it, and I think we both pushed a little bit too hard, but his mistake outdone mine. So yeah, it's good to get through that, and just like we can just focus now again for the rest and see how it goes.
Absolutely, Jack. Congratulations. We'll see you in the top 16. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Becky. Yeah, the smile on his face said it all.
Yeah.
He was happy. I spoke to him earlier on, though, and he was in the car trying to get back out of practice, and he said, I just don't feel good this weekend. But it's been the story around the paddock all
They
weekend.
say that, but then they come out and do stuff like this.
Exactly.
I don't feel good. Oh, I put down a perfect run.
Well, here we go. Back on the line we go. Pavel Kobalinsky to take on Kevin Pascolio. Kobalinsky, the higher qualified, decides to lead first. You can see the heavy breathing inside the car from this man. Incredible line driving. This man, renowned for his talent behind the wheel with this 2JZ powered Nissan 200X S14, but he's got a steely competitor alongside him, the Hungarian driver Kevin Pascolio. Been looking for some redemption, trying to look for that first ever Drift Masters podium. Loves it here in Mondello Park. What can he do right now? He's not got an easy battle in top 32. Nobody has. As they come down the hill through the gears, onto the back bumper goes Pascolio. As Kobalinsky puts that car to angle, looks for the edge of the circuit. Very nice lead line so far from Pavel Kobalinsky as he puts it into the outside zone, and that opens the door for Kevin Pascolio. Pascolio washes a little bit there, trying to get down the inside. It pays off as he almost takes the front end off that BMW. Pascolio puts himself right where he needs to be, a little squeezed on the throttle, trying to get on that front wheel, and he makes it.
When we were looking at the battles earlier on, I really wanted to highlight, I wanted to highlight all of them, let's be clear here. But this is such a unique battle because we have two drivers with very different styles. We've got such a clinical driver, Pavel Kobalinsky, and then Kevin Pascolio is known for getting wild when he needs to. He'll take risks, he'll try and cut down those margins whenever he can, but Pavel is just able to provide you such an incredible lead run where you know where he's going to go. He's going to be locked into angle all the way through, and it's such a clinically perfect lead run throughout this whole thing, and Kevin Pascolio trying to push the pace right there. Look at that. Getting a bit more grip into it, trying to get into the pocket, and he'll go a little bit wild. He'll try some things. He'll cut some corners and make a dive at the last minute just to make sure that he's leaving the track and finishing off the run as close as he possibly can. So I think when they swap this around, it'll be interesting because Kevin Pascolio knows that he could have been closer. He's going to huck it as hard as he can. And Pavel Kobalinsky likes to be clinical, likes to be clean. Is he going to be able to keep up with Kevin Pascolio, who's, I have a feeling, is going to try something a little wild?
Yeah, this is the thing with Kevin Pascolio. You never know if he's going to go for a nice, qualifying style lead run, or if he's going to throw something out there, try and throw on crazy angle on initiation, turn up the heat a little bit, push a little harder on some of those outside zones, try and pull a gap from Pavel Kobalinsky, who we know sticks to that line, stays on that line. He's very predictable. He knows what he's doing. This is going to be interesting, especially now as we see Kevin Pascolio in that lead position. We get the nod from Pavel Kobalinsky as he says to the starlight marshal, I'm ready to go. He creeps off the line goes green. As we come through the gears, you can see Kobalinsky not letting Pascolio get away as he flicks it to angle. Nice line so far from both drivers, and now he starts to open the throttle. Drive away! There's contact. Kobalinsky hits the back end of Kevin Pascolio's BMW E92 as they fire through, the back end destroyed, and once again Kobalinsky goes for the back bumper that's not there anymore. It's forced under the back of the car, but unshaken, unfazed is Pascolio.
Very interesting there. On first glance, it almost looked like Pascolio stalled up just a touch, and Pavel expecting him to come through. And I know the judges, that's the big thing they're going to highlight in this is, did the contact happen before that straightening or after? So let's take a look back here. Kevin Pascolio, big initiation, so fast out of that. I was a little worried for Pavel if he was going to be able to keep up. As we take a look at this in-car and look at him having to hold up that little bit. And this is the transition that's going to make the main difference coming through here. It's tough. He was rotating, but it kind of stalled up. What are you thinking?
I'm going to say Kobalinsky got caught in smoke a little bit.
He did. I mean, he definitely did. But
I'm just going left field.
Okay.
I'm just going very left field.
I look at this as Pashkonsky did not have a fluid transition through.
Okay.
So
It can
I
be
see what you're,
divided.
but it could be both. This is the interesting thing.
Right.
You can have both things at the same time.
You can.
We can have our cake.
For
and
me,
eat
I
it
think
too.
Kobalinsky got a little lost in the smoke there coming
Okay.
down the hill.
Interesting. They're both.
Pashkonsky's like, hey, you're going to have to fix this.
There's a bill on the way.
This was a brand new car at the beginning of the year.
You see how beautiful this was?
I don't think that Pascolio stalled up too much on the transition.
Okay.
You think he did?
I think it wasn't as fluid as it should have been.
Okay.
I think there has to be that fluid momentum between, especially because that chase driver has to be able to predict that. But man, look at that damage.
I don't know if Kobalinsky was in the wrong here. Look, I'm saying that against a man that is so consistent and predictable. Look, well, let's see it back. Look, we see it here, a little slow motion.
Right there.
I think the contact made the transition a little...
Okay. All right. I see where you're going. I see where you're going with this.
If you watch it from the in-car, for me, Kobalinsky, you watch it from the in-car, completely clouded in smoke.
Yeah, oh, yeah, for sure. I agree. But I think he's got such good timing that
we can be judge and jury here. We can be divided.
I know.
We can be divided.
We agree a lot, but not on this one, apparently.
Not on this one. No.
That's okay.
This one's going to go... We'll be arguing about this in Riga.
It might happen.
But the judges are arguing about it because there's still no decision in. Both guys kicking around, a little nervous from both of them. Kobalinsky thinks maybe he made the fault. Did Pascolio make the fault? Slide him left for Pascolio, right for Kobalinsky. It's one vote for Kobalinsky. It's Pavel Kobalinsky getting the win, advancing through, and Kevin Pascolio throws his hands up, and you can see a little dejection there, and both guys discussing it. And well, look, cheers there and happiness for Pavel Kobalinsky, but Pascolio visibly upset. I'm going to have to go to you quickly, Kevin. David Kalas. What was it? What was it that we were talking about that was wrong?
Yeah, we are saying that the deceleration every time needs to happen after the transition. And it was clearly visible that Kevin was already handbraking through the transition, so he was slowing down in place where he should not. And it is very hard to anticipate as a chaser that something like that will happen. So we blamed for that fault Kevin Pashkonsky.
Oh, well, there you go.
Okay, interesting. All right.
Okay, yeah.
Hey.
I see it now.
Yeah. That's all good. But I agree. He was definitely bathed in smoke, though. That didn't help. That did not help
It didn't help the situation. Well, here we go. We're back on the start line to a big battle yesterday. A man that was in the qualifying showdown underneath the bonnet of his own car. Maybe it looks like he's good to go. Yeah, and he runs around. There's Marco Zacharil. So you could hear him shouting there to our start line Marshal Martin as we see Clint Vanort in the car, laser focus, ready to go, sitting in that lead position. And very interesting, because Marco Zacharil has told the judges he wants to chase first.
Okay. This, to me, I think is a good idea. Clint Vanort is an absolute wild man. He is crazy. Some of his practice runs, some of the things he was trying in practice, I've never seen anybody try on this track. So let's see what cards he decides to deal out on this run.
Well, I'm interested to know what was wrong with Marco Zacharil's car and what forced him to get out of the car under the bonnet to work out that issue. He's onto the back bumper already of the Dutch drivers. S14 as they fire through. Clint Vanort puts that car where it needs to be, and this is cleaner driving from Clint Vanort that we see yesterday in qualifying. A little big wobble there from both drivers. Oh, a little contact. Zacharil scrappy right now, struggling to find that form that he had yesterday in qualifying, in the qualifying showdown, as he puts that car right to the edge of the circuit. Clint Vanort doing a good job, and another shove in the side from Zacharil.
Yeah, that was it was a very interesting battle. Clint Vanort didn't look like he got all of it coming through initiation. Bit of a scrub out there, and that's a spot that the judges really talking about. So watch the front wheels, the yellow car, Clint Vanort. So at angle. And then right about here, he scrubs out a whole bunch of it and has to use that to push out. And this drone angle is going to show you right away. Look, it has to take a bunch out, almost has the zero, or the wheels go to zero. So that, he had to do that in order to get the car to go out to the section, and then has to push out to try and make it to that zone. And to me, that makes it really tough for Marco Zacharil to be able to chase that. But he does a really good job. He adapts quickly, pulls the car back, but yeah, and then through the rest of the zone, Clint Vanort struggling a little bit. It can be a shake of your emotions when you make that kind of mistake right off the bat. But Clint Vanort powers through the rest of it, does a good job through these zones, and he really is a wild man. That car is 80% zip ties. He goes out every practice. There you go. You can see how much that's being held together. He goes out every practice and absolutely sends it, and just wants to know the limit of the track, the car, the boundaries, how heavy the concrete walls are, everything. Marco Zacharil does an amazing job of adapting all the way through. You need to get me some of those glasses.
I was just going to say,
Yeah.
how does he even see?
How
does he even see with them on?
Just with
But here we
vibes.
go.
With vibes.
Back on the line, ready to rock and roll. Be interested to see now how Marco Zacharil deals being chased by Clint Vanort, and I wonder if Marco Zacharil has put a lot of grip in that car and was the reason for quite a bit of that contact as we come through off the line now. Clint Vanort onto the back bumper of that BMW 2 Series through the gears. The clutch kick from Marco Zacharil as he sets himself up nicely now. Down he comes. Yeah, that car not reacting quite so right as Clint Vanort using Zacharil as a buffer, a bumper to hold him on the circuit. They get into that outside zone 4 through the gears and down they come. As now Zacharil starts to pull away from Clint Vanort. Clint Vanort lost in the middle of the circuit, trying to shortcut, trying to drive back up onto the side of BMW, but he's lost in the smoke.
Yeah, I really felt like Clint just not able to get the speed to the ground that we saw to Marco Zacharil, who has that car completely dialed in. I mean, on throttle, off throttle, it's doing everything he wants it to do, whereas I think Clint just not feeling comfortable, not able to really put the power down to the ground, but a bit of e-brake drag there, and we see another straight in there from Marco Zacharil. Both drivers struggling through that first outside zone. Wow, okay.
That's quite, yeah. And again, from another angle,
Yeah.
it looks completely different from the drone. It really shows you how much he kind of lost angle at that inside zone.
And it almost was like Clint was helping him out there, getting into the side of him and pushing him back into angle to get through the rest of those zones. So I don't know if you can transfer points or give him a high five there to be like, hey, thanks for getting me through that zone. But then through the rest of this, Marco Zacharil able to put the power down, able to get through everything, with Clint not with the same speed through the rest of the run. So I don't know if that contact may have created some sort of damage or something, but Clint just not the faster of the two vehicles throughout that run, and just a tough one, a real tough one.
Yeah, I mean, look, we speak about it all the time, Jacob, and say I wouldn't want to judge it.
No.
The first 4 battles, I am so glad I'm not a judge.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I'm looking across at the judges, and our 4th judge, the replay judge over there, Chris Poytalaakso. The replays are backwards and forwards, and it's multiple camera angles, because none of these decisions have been easy so far. And if this is the way it's going to go today, it's going to be tough. Slide them left for Marco Zacharil, right for Clint Vanort, and I can see it's going only one way. And yeah, exactly that. It's going to be a one more time. Judge is not clear cut. There's one easy way to settle that, and that is to send them back, reset and start again. I don't know if there's problems with Zacharil's car, which is causing maybe the understeer on the first corner. I think Clint Vanort, out of all of this, came out maybe the luckier driver of the two. Would you agree?
I would think so. I think they both scrubbed out pretty hard on initiation, and Clint had a couple other issues after, but yeah, I think he got away with it. I think what Jack Shanahan was doing in making sure that all the little bits of tire are scrubbed off the front, that's something, if I was all these other drivers, I'd be taking note of.
You'd be watching it? Yeah.
I'd make sure my fronts are really scrubbed in, nice and warmed up, and all the little bits of rubber that collect on it are gone.
Yeah, exactly that. We go back to the start line to Jason Benet and Jarko Euler. And as you can see, an absolute pumped up there, Jason Benet in that Subaru BRZ. He's opted to lead first, a higher qualifier, as the rookie for 2025 sits in that crazy JZX 100, starts to creep off the line as Jason Benet now gets the green light through the gears. They come down the hill, and look at this, as Jarko Euler not giving Jason Benet an inch to get away, but he does lose ground on that initiation. Everyone's been talking about how fast Jason Benet is. He's that fast. The tyre's back on fire once again, but he's got very wide. He's just about going to hold it on circuit. He has to sacrifice a lot of speed there, and that and he pulls off the circuit. The car shuts down. Jarko Euler will finish up the run and bring it across the line, and I am not sure what's happened there to Jason Benet, but he completely shut it down.
It looked like he is pulling off there too. That is crazy. Now listen, the tire fires, that is not something new for Jason Benet this weekend. What is new, though, is how soon that happened. Normally, those tires were lighting up right near the end of the run, but I think he was just pulling to see if the car was still on fire. But Jason Benet...
He's signaling to our technical advisor there,
I think he did.
Maciek Polody, saying it looked like he said drive shaft.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
So I wonder if after the transition from the outside zone, he said drive shaft. I mean, that tire caught fire so quickly.
Right there.
Boom,
oh,
tire's
man.
on fire.
And that is a sign of how much grip, like how much friction this car, these tires are making, that they're self-combusting. It's absolutely wild that he's able to do that. And then let's see if we can see anything else with that car braking on throttle. But yeah, that's a rough one. Jarko Euler, I really liked how he was able to adapt to that and get around it. Yeah. No contact there.
So we're hearing word in the air, drive shaft failure on the back of Jason Benet's car, and hence why he couldn't transition Coming out of the outside zone, goes for the transition across the circuit. Jason Benet snaps a drive shaft in the back of the car, unfortunately. No 5-minute rules here at Drift Masters. If your car is broken and you're out, then we'll go back to the paddock, and that will be the end of the weekend there for Jason Benet. We do need to make it official, though, with a run from Jarkko Jula.
And this is the side effect of trying to get that much grip into a car.
Yes.
Is that you're stressing every part of the drivetrain, and unfortunately in this case it ended up being one of the back shafts, the drive shaft that popped out. But for Jarkko Jula, this is I wouldn't say a gift, but this is probably nice for him to go, hey, I don't have to battle out on this one, and get through, show the car's still running, get a bit of a parade lap, make some friends in the Irish stands, and move on to whatever's going to be his next battle from our one more time earlier on. But yeah. Okay. That's,
okay.
yeah.
So there we go. Jarkko Jula pulls up to receive the decision, and based on the new rules now in top 32, drivers don't need to prove they can initiate all the car works. They just get the winner automatically and advance through, and there we go. We make it official. All judges agreeing that Jarkko Jula gets the win, advances through. Jason Benet, it looked like one of those weekends where he was going to be on top form.
Yeah.
A lot of people talking in the paddock about how fast he is. The car looks like it handles incredibly. But look, here we go. We go back to the line to another battle. It's going to be Oran Nielsen take on Oliver Randall. And championship contentions in this one for Randall.
Right, yeah.
Because Oran Nielsen has been on form. So the podium here in 2024, can he do it again this weekend? Nielsen loves Mondello Park.
Yeah, and it shows. His driving has been absolutely absurd all weekend. He just completely dialed from the start of practice all the way through qualifying, completely on form. But Oliver Randall needs to win this to stay in championship contention.
He certainly does. He's sitting second at the moment in the points of the championship. He's been on the podium here in Mondello Park before, but so has Nielsen. This one is going to be a heavy-hitting battle as they fire through, and look at Nielsen, puts that Sora to angle straight away as they come through, looks for the outside zone, dials it back on angle again, as now Oliver Randall starts to look for the side of the Norwegian Sora as he gives him a little tag on the door. Nielsen getting flirty with the walls, but Oliver Randall getting brave with the transitions and the dive up to the side, that orange Toyota Sora, and they bring it across the line.
Seemed like a little bit of panic from Oliver Randall, who kind of got rolled off the start and knew he had to come back through this battle. But Oran Nielsen, same thing, really a ton of speed coming through it, and we're seeing a little bit more of that understeer coming through this section. Watch those front wheels again, have to pull that angle out to get around it, but there's Oliver Randall trying to hunt down the Norwegian, and man, what a scrappy battle throughout this entire thing. It's just, you see one driver who feels pretty confident, and the other driver who knows that his championship lies in this battle right here, trying to push the pace all the way around. And did Oran Nielsen add a bit too much angle coming out of outside zone 4? That's something that the judges were looking at as well. That's a note that came up.
Well, you probably said that because I just looked at that and he kind of transitioned a little early.
Okay. So a bit of the opposite, having to swing out that a bit quicker.
Yeah.
And when you have a longer car as well, it helps in some cases, but where it doesn't help is through those transitions, because it advertises it so well because of how long the car is. Helps with the walls, though.
Helps with the walls.
Yeah, helps a lot with the walls.
Going to go back on the line. They are Oliver Randall now to lead out Oran Nielsen, and Randall will want this one. A lot of pressure on the Estonian driver's shoulders. He wants to keep a hold of this championship, wants to stay in the top 3 is what he told me. They fire through. Nice initiation, big flick to angle for Oliver Randall as he keeps a hold of it. But look at Oran Nielsen not giving up. Absolutely dialed onto the side of that E46 BMW as he makes another dive into the outside zone as Oran Nielsen looks for the back bumper, the side, the door, anywhere he can position that Sora as Randall puts it right to the wall and opens the door once again for Nielsen across the line.
Oliver Randall knew exactly what he needed to do. You can see, I 100% agree with that. Oliver Randall stepped up. Absolutely stepped up. That was a solid lead run through the gears, over the hill, big initiation there.
Wow.
Quick correct. He corrected it earlier, which I really liked.
Yeah.
He didn't correct it while he was going through that clip. He knew what was coming up, knew that where he initiated wasn't perfect, made the correction right away, and then floated the car out. But Oran Nielsen right there the whole time. He was able to do it. He had to check his car up because he was coming in with so much speed through that first one. But look at good angle through there. I may have angled up just a touch, but it looked good on my end. Looked great. Oran Nielsen does a good job of mirroring that. And Oliver Randall looking completely dialed through the rest of this run. Solid battle here. Both drivers doing exactly what they need to do in this to try and get the judges to sway their way. I am really not sure on that, though. The first run had a couple of mistakes from both drivers, but the second run, completely solid by both. So we'll see how the judges look at it as we get this beautiful phantom slow-mo. You can see those tires absolutely evaporating.
Yep, plenty of tyres being slaked this weekend here at Mondello Park in Ireland. There's both drivers out of the car waiting for the decision, and I think neither driver really confident in their performance there. They both wave and smile to the camera, slide them left for Nielson, right for Randall. And there we go, Oliver Randall keeps that championship hope alive as he congratulates Soren Nielsen on a good battle. He waves to the crowd, and Oliver Randall will be thinking, well, that's one out of the way. There's just 4 more battles to go, and I can get as many points this weekend as possible to try and keep within that championship. Oren Nielsen, though, a little dejected as he takes that saw off track. Did whatever he could. Oren Nielsen, once again, looking on form, Becky, and trying to keep the championship hopes alive.
Absolutely, Ian. I just having a little chat with Oliver here, and I said, well, you gave him a little bit of a nudge on outside zone 4 there, and he, just a little smile. But Robin is drifting, right?
Yeah, of course. It's we've battled so many times with Orion, and it's like so equal all the time. So it was a tough battle, but great one.
I know we had a chat yesterday, and you were saying that you had the car set up quite soft. Any changes ahead of today? Obviously, the conditions are quite nice and stable right now.
Yeah, no, the setup is the same. So we tried to learn it from practice days and keep it as it is.
Wonderful. Well, congratulations. You're into your top 16, and we'll see you there. Guys, back to you.
Thank you very much, Becky. Yeah, very happy Oliver Randall. And like many other drivers, these guys, they'll just think about the weekend as a battle at a time, a qualifying run at a time, and Randall will be just concentrating now on the next battle in the top 16. We are yet to decide who that is because they're on the line right now, and this one is a battle, a dream battle for some people.
This is like a fantasy battle.
It's a fantasy battle.
Yeah.
Yours is your feature pick.
Yeah.
This weekend.
Yeah, this is one of those, if you look at the whole thing, who would you like to see go head-to-head? This has got to be one of your picks here because you have a driver on such a massive come-up in the sport right now, and then you've got an OG that changed the game everywhere he went, whether it was power or builds or style or anything. Daigo Saito, an absolute legend.
He certainly is. When he comes off the line in that incredible A90 Supra alongside a man that made his mark here last year, Drift Masters, the Rookie of the Year, fires that carbon Kevlar S15 in, but he can't shake Saito, and he does shake Saito. Saito goes for a big angle transition and puts himself on the middle of the circuit. Now panicking, Saito goes for the front wheel of Connor Falvi's S15. He transitions way in the wrong place. Saito making a hash of it. He's going to dive on the inside as Connor Falvi puts the car right where it needs to be and across the line.
Holy for Connor Falvi there, shaking Daigo Saito. That is absolutely insane. Fans still a bit tense there. Looking, I mean, the shirts are up, but look at Connor Falvi right off the go. Big angle all the way out, and then it looks like Saito just getting on the throttle a bit too early there, cutting to the inside and having to adapt. Now, what I will say is the way that Daigo Saito is able to make these corrections and get back into the fight is interesting. A lot of drivers would have given up completely at that point. Daigo, knowing that he can take this arc and get back through, but then not able to get that transition completely dialed in. And now Connor Falvi has a demanding lead in this battle right off the bat. But Daigo Saito, known for throwing things out there, trying different things, and doing something absolutely wild to win these battles. And I do have to put that out there. Daigo Saito, I mean, he's driven this car a handful of times. This is not the usual chassis he's in, not the usual engine package he's in, and in a car that's absolutely beautiful. So, yeah, really, really interesting off the bat. And let's just see here. We got a little tape is out. What is going on?
Well, it looks like our Starlight Marshal is down there with Connor Falvi. Connor Falvi looking a little dejected, so we're going to find out what's going on. Our Starlight Marshal reporting back to the guys behind the scenes that then feed that information to us. Oh, and the eyes closed on Falvi. Please don't tell me that this is going to be the end of the weekend for Connor Falvi. Saito, did he make contact? So the judges are looking at another monitor. I know that you're looking at it. Oh, and he made contact with the rear wheel. Did it do damage to the back of Falvi's car? I missed that completely. My eyes were all on Daigo Saito on the transition.
That's interesting. So,
well, if the right, okay, so we're hearing word from Connor Falvi that he's saying the alignment is out on the back of the car. Now, judges will have to deem whether Saito is at fault for that. So we're hearing it from our words. The blame is on Daigo Saito, straight from the judges, straight to us. Jacob, interesting news coming through.
And this will allow a bit of time then for Falvi to be able to go in and check this alignment.
So we don't get this very often.
No.
We do get it sometimes, but Falvi will now get the opportunity to go back to the paddock. The team will get the opportunity to, realign the car or check over everything on the back of the car. Saito deemed at fault for that incident. Saito now, on the other hand, he will have to take that car back to the back of the grid and will not be allowed to touch it.
Yeah, we want this battle to continue. We want this to go on. Judges saying Saito at fault for getting into the back of Falvi, who's on a good line, transitioning where he should have been. So I think Falvi would have just went out and sent it either way. I really do. Even with that alignment the way it was.
See, last year I would have said yeah.
Okay.
I think now, look how bad it is. Right now we can see it. Now we actually get to see how bad it is.
Okay.
I think now, Connor Falvi, surrounded with the rest of the Drift Games team, he's gaining a lot of knowledge and he's growing as a driver. And where the younger driver in most of these guys would say, hey, I'll just fire the car out there. I think now Connor Falvi's saying, if there's the opportunity to get a competition time out,
use it.
Use it.
Yeah.
Don't be silly. Don't throw the battle for no reason.
Yeah, this is a driver that's growing up in front of us.
Exactly that.
And those decisions right there to negate your instinct to just go out and drive, just go out and battle no matter what, that's starting to come down a little bit. And the grown-up, the veteran in him that will soon be, is starting to develop right in front of us right here, which is, it's incredible.
It's incredible to see.
It really is.
Because most of these young guys, they would have just gone to the start line and said, hey, I don't care, I'll just keep going. Yeah, I'll figure it out. That Jack Shanahan mentality from many moons ago. We go back to the start line. Ite Seda take on Connor Shanahan. Look, we see Ite on the podium at round 2 in Spain and Connor Shanahan podium just a few weeks ago in Finland. Shanahan looking back on form, looking like he's the man to beat this weekend.
Yeah, a lot of pressure here for both drivers. Connor to maintain that championship pace and to really cement that he deserves to be here and stay in that top 10.
Well, Connor said it earlier on, these young guys, they've got that hunger in them, they've got the blood pumping through the veins, they want the wins. Connor Shanahan a little older now, a little wiser as he fires this Toyota GT86 to angle over the hill at Mondello Park, and look at that, perfectly timed on the initiation. Ite Seda mistimes the transition, puts himself on the inside of the track, his wheels on the grass, it's all over the show for Ite Seda as Connor Shanahan now places that GT86 right where it needs to be, sets himself up on the wall, finds the outside zone. Ite Seda gets back in the fight, back on the door, but it's already lost points for Ite.
Yeah, I mean, good job on Ite to kind of get back into that battle and not give up, but yeah, I mean, Connor really had his number all the way through that run, and it'll be interesting to see where this all went wrong for the young Seda, as Connor looks great coming over the hill, good angle, floating that car all the way out, and really it's through this transition that we see Ite just completely disappear and then have to fight to even show some sort of oh wow, that's really, do you think he just mistimed that? You thought he was a little bit further? I think maybe he was a little bit further through the track, thought that he was where he needed to be.
I think he thought he was somewhere else on the circuit, went for the transition, and it just didn't pay off for him. And I think by the time he made the transition, it was too late.
Yeah. That's tough. I mean, there's a lot of smoke going on right now.
Do you know what I find interesting is, when a driver makes a mistake?
Yeah.
Instantly you can see it react in their driving because they then get angry.
Yeah.
You can see it from Ite though. He's like, I'm going to get on the door.
Yeah, and to me, I'd rather see that than the panic.
Yes.
Because the panic creates incidents.
Or the giving up.
Yeah, don't give up. Just keep going. But it's the panic that creates those weird incidents. The angry creates close tandems.
Exactly that. We're back on the line now. The swapped him around. Ite Seda to lead out Connor Shanahan. A space in the top 16 awaits, and Shanahan would love nothing more than to get himself into that top 16, knowing already that Randall is in that big show. They come through the gears over the hill. Look at this, Shanahan on the back bumper of Ite Seda. He knows this young man is a very talented driver. A little bit of separation, but Shanahan knows he doesn't have to go too hard. Goes for a nice transition though on the back bumper of that BMW 2 Series. As Shanahan puts the GT86 right where it needs to be. Look at the way he's waiting to time those transitions like a cat waiting to pounce on a mouse as they come through that last outside zone across the line, door to door.
The best and worst part about this run is it really shows how good of a driver Ite Seda is, and just one small moment was the difference for him, because that was a solid lead run. And Connor Shanahan did not need to go this hard by any means. He did not need to be this close. He did not need to be as tight through all those transitions as he did throughout this run. He could have held back a little bit, could have, left 2 cars back there, just get through the run. But now Connor decides, I'm going to practice everything. I'm going to practice my transitions, make sure I can get in the door of it. If I'm going to win, I'm going to win definitively. I don't even want it to go to the judges. I just want to, continue on in the top 16. But Ite Seda absolutely putting down a solid run, and it's just unfortunate that a small mistake blinded by smoke and an early transition is what may take him out here in this battle. Great battle though, absolutely great battle.
Yeah, brilliant battle. And for me, again, Shanahan proving that knowledge that that he's earned over many, many years of being in the championship, and crosses a finger still, says, you never know until you know. Here we go, slide him left for Saito, right for Shanahan. Saito knows what way it's going to go. It's Ite. Saito says, well done to Conor Shanahan, as Shanahan gets the win and advances through to the top 16, and the championship fight really now starts to come alive once again.
Yeah, absolutely spicy now, and Conor now moving up in those points. We still have some of his competitors yet to go, and I mean, one of his competitors in Oliver Randall who chasing in behind. So for Conor, for Oliver, for everybody, this means this event, I'm not going to say determines the championship, but sets up how difficult it's going to be for the rest of these runs.
Here we go, back to the one more time between Clint Vanort and Marco Zacharil. Marco Zacharil opting once again to chase first. So an interesting decision as Clint Vanort asked to lead first. He puts his fist up. He says, I'm ready for it now. Got those first run jitters out of the way. I'm comfortable. I know what the car's going to do. I know how Zacharil is going to be in the lead and the chase. Zacharil nods. He's in the zone. He's ready to rock and roll. Test the steering, test the hydro. As the light goes green on the start line, they come through the gears and ready to get this one underway as Clint Vanort leads out Marco Zacharil. Zacharil already on the back bumper, but a nice flick to angle for Clint Vanort, and a lot cleaner for Clint Vanort this time. An understeer once again for Marco Zacharil. Missed the transition, had to reinitiate as Clint Vanort now puts himself right in the outside zone. Looks for the transition back right to the edge of the circuit as Vanort goes for the outside zone. This is cleaner, but it's a wheel off circuit. He manages to deal with it as Clint Vanort goes for that final zone with Zacharil on the door.
That's taking notes right away, going, this is what I did wrong in my battle, reflecting on it, acknowledging it, and then making those changes, because Clint did correct almost everything that was wrong with this run previously. Doesn't get, I mean, a touch of understeer, but doesn't make that massive correction that creates an issue, and able to get through it. But as you said, Marco Zacharil having to almost reinitiate after the transition point, but Clint Vanort all the way through, the Dutch driver looking very solid, still a little bit wild, still getting out there a bit, you know, just dropping a wheel, pushing that pace. You know, I really feel like he's just got to calm some of those nerves. He gets into battle, and he wants to go as fast as he can, get into the door of absolutely any driver he's with, and just taking that deep breath, having a moment to chill after that first one more time, knowing that that he gets a reset and does a really good job there. But Marco Zacharil missing that spot, but still stays in the battle, still tries to get in as close to tandem as he possibly can as we check out that incredible transition.
Ooh, that was incredible.
That was so nuts.
What a shot. I know. See Zacharil disappear behind Clint Vanort's car.
Yeah.
You got to also think, for Clint Vanort, you take down the man that was in the qualifying showdown that finished second in the qualifying showdown yesterday. It's a big statement to everyone else on the grid. When we go through the gears, they get the green light. Zacharil to lead out Clint Vanort. Clint Vanort looks to give some room here to Marco Zacharil on initiation. He doesn't know what Zacharil's car is going to do, how it's going to react, and both guys hold on. Both guys almost make a mistake there as Clint Vanort now fires and puts himself very wide and in the gravel. And Clint Vanort now throws himself into a situation where he's thrown away possibly the second run of the battle. And he doesn't even continue to drift, shuts it down instantly.
Yeah, that's tough too. When you go into the gravel like that, it can actually do a lot of damage to the car. Things can get bent and broken, so you're completely out at that point. You don't want to try and panic, but yeah, right off the go, I mean, Marco Zacharil just kind of rolled him, and I'm not sure with that run-up if it almost looked like a slight delay for Marco Zacharil. It might have just been the way he was shifting gears, but Clint not able to time things. Either way, you got to stay with him all the way through that run-up.
Yeah, I was just looking to see if there was anything there, you know, a delayed, you know.
You were thinking the same thing I was thinking.
Yeah, I was just seeing if Zacharil was doing anything different or doing, you know, had a delay that maybe forced Clint Vanort into the situation. But when you look at it from another shot, the drone angle specifically, you can see that Vanort just came into outside zone with a ton of speed and just put the car clean off track.
Yeah, it's tough. You want to push as hard as you can, and that's where some of this just, you know, knowing what you need to do in the situation.
Well, here we go, slide him left for Zacharil, right for Clint Vanort. It's one vote for Zacharil. It's going to be 2 votes for Zacharil. He gets the win, advances through. Unfortunately, we lose Clint Vanort, and you can see what it means to Marco Zacharil from the Czech Republic, feeling good. And after yesterday's result, Marco Zacharil will be very, very happy. He'll feel like there's some redemption this year, but Becky's down there with Clint Vanort. He's having a really bad year, and he's not feeling himself, Becky.
Not the best day for Clint Vanort. Clint, what happened? You were looking rock solid when you were in the lead position, and then in the chase there at outer zone 4. Tell us what happened. We were behind a wall of smoke.
Yeah, I was just pushing too much in the first corner and wanted to try it up with a fast transition, but I just carried too much speed and as well got lost in the smoke. And then I already felt I was way over the line, but I just tried to push on. But it was a trip to the gravel today, so it's, yeah. No, it is what it is, you know. We weren't on form this weekend. Better luck next round. So fingers crossed for next round.
It's one of those days, sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe not so good, right?
Exactly that. Oh boy.
Oh, Clint, well, we're looking forward to seeing you in our next round. We know that you like Riga, so we're looking forward to seeing you on that track there.
Thank you, can't wait.
All right, guys, back to you.
Thank you, Becky. Yeah, sometimes good, sometimes bad, and unfortunately this weekend for Clint Vanort, pretty bad. And
happens.
you know, look, they've struggled with the car all weekend. They've been fighting demons within the car, and Clint Vanort said he's been struggling with himself all weekend. We go back to the start line to my fantasy battle this weekend, a battle that I said was a feature battle. It's Harry Kerr to take on Dwayne McKver. Dwayne McKver, the lower qualifier, being asked to lead first by Harry Kerr.
I don't know if I would want Dwayne McKver to lead first. I really don't, but we'll see here. Harry Kerr, I mean, it's an interesting tactic, but let's see what happens.
Well, I mean, look, Harry Kerr's asking the question of Dwayne McKver.
Yeah, he really is.
You might be the old guard, you might be the guy that everyone looks up to, but I'm the new blood.
Yeah, man, this is another battle for the ages right off the bat in top 32.
And you've got to think for Harry Kerr as well. Lowest horsepower car on the grid, he said this weekend. Is he going to use the tyre to its most optimum to chase down McKver first?
And I believe they're currently tied for first in the local series
They
too.
are, yeah.
So there's a little bit more on the line here than even what's happening here today. This cut's deep. This cut's real deep.
Well, these two guys have been fighting out in Ireland, you know, for the national championship over the first few rounds. And Harry Kerr said, look, if I didn't do well, I wouldn't come back, and won the first round. And him and Dwayne McKver have been exchanging blows ever since. And here we go, as Dwayne McKver now leads out Harry Kerr in that lead position. Harry Kerr goes wide, but sticks in it as he gets lost in a cloud of smoke. McKver goes super wide, almost over-rotates, and McKver has to stand on the accelerator to drive himself out of that one. As McKver now puts himself into that second to last outside zone. Harry Kerr just can't keep up with the pace as they pull it across the line.
Yeah, two independent mistakes on different parts of the track, and that's going to make things really difficult for the judges here. But Dwayne McKver off the hop, that is so fast coming through the gates. He is somebody who is driving angry right now. He wants to prove a point. He's just not had the season he was hoping for, and absolutely in it in a borrowed car. Little hesitant too on that on that shifter again. I think we talked
even
about it
had
before.
to look down there.
Yeah, and this is something we were talking about before. We believe he's got an H pattern in his other car, and maybe just having to swap out transmissions is just a little bit different. Takes you off the mark there, but
well, look, we spoke about it yesterday with Amanda Sorensen. You know, jumping into a different car, everything's in a different position. The shifter's in a different position. It may be a H-pan or a sequential, and then the hydraulic handbrake is in a different position. And I think that's what just caught McKver out there a little bit. Yeah, he's driven this car before in Finland. He drove it in practice yesterday and today, but that car's still not his car.
Right, and we saw that with the shift, right?
Yeah.
Because you see his hand go kind of forward on it, and then he'll backhand it to bring it back in gear, which is something that comes from an H pattern. You don't need to do that on the sequential, so old habits are dying hard.
They certainly are. Well, off the line, Harry Kerr now to lead out Dwayne McKver. We'll see how the second half of this one plays out. Look at this from McKver, straight onto the back bumper of that BMW. As Harry Kerr fires that car in. McKver goes door to door and gives Harry Kerr a little nudge on that outside zone. They get into this long outside zone 4, and Harry Kerr fulfills it perfectly. No mistakes from the young gun so far. As he now looks for the wall, McKver fires through the smoke, looks for it, but they both go wide. Almost contact with the wall from both guys. But Harry Kerr now pulled away from McKver.
Oh man, another interesting battle. Both drivers just getting at it all the way through, fighting and pushing into every part of these zones. So this replay is gonna be one for sure. But Harry Kerr, big feint, gets that flick out, gets as much momentum out of that car, not having the horsepower to be able to break through. And look at Dwayne now really getting a handle on it. You can see the intensity in his eyes, even through transition, grabs the e-brake, and he decides, gets right into the side of Harry Kerr as we get into our fourth outside zone. And then Dwayne having to add a bit more power. Harry Kerr looking absolutely solid through that zone. And there's Dwayne again, almost a question in his eyes of what is this man doing in front of me? Having to battle all the way back through it. Very quick transition there from Harry Kerr. And then pushing it out to our second large outside zone. Both drivers getting real deep through there, having to dial things back before taking it into the wall. Nobody wants to be replacing body panels here. But wow, both drivers just getting at it through this entire run. the last moment, finding that grip and pushing it back out.
This will be an interesting decision from the
Very
judges to see how this one goes. And Dwayne McKver deep, remember, on that fourth outside zone, his lead. Could that be the nail in the coffin for Dwayne McKver? Harry Kerr would love nothing more than to get into top 16, his first ever debut here at Drift Masters. As we await this decision to come in, two guys discussing where they both went wrong. Slide them left for Kerr, right for McKver. Who's going to take it through to the top 16? It's a one more time for David Kalas. It's a one more time, unanimously from the judges.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think both of them can clean things up and maybe dial things just a little bit back, and I think they're both relieved for that call.
I think Dwayne McKver is relieved for that call, and I'm going to say that it was wheels off on outside zone 7 for Harry Kerr that maybe forced the decision from the judges to go one more time, that Harry led Dwayne off. Nevertheless, we go back to the start line to the second half of the run between Connor Falvi and Daigo Saito. Saito sits in that car.
Yeah, and this is where Daigo Saito made that contact. Judges deeming him at fault, and there's the damage from it.
Yeah, and there was damage. There was a bent rear arm on the back of Connor Falvi's car, so the team got that swapped out and realigned, and now looking ready to rock and roll as they come off the line. It's going to be Connor Falvi's chase down Saito as they come through the gears. Daigo Saito fires that car to angle. Big initiation, flicks dust in the face of Connor Falvi, jumps over the curb and now starts to pull away from the young Irishman as he gets into the outside zone. Connor Falvi sacrificing some line there to try and find that lost proximity as he gets up on the inside, now fires down onto the wall. Daigo Saito going absolutely 110% around the circuit as Falvi jumps onto the back bumper.
This is exactly what I was expecting and hoping for here at the Daigo Saito, who just goes, this is it. This is all I've got. I'm going to throw everything at the wall. I'm going to use every bit of angle, every bit of wheel speed, and just throws that car with so much aggression. Look at those 20-inch wheels, biggest wheels on the grid right now. The car looks so incredible coming through angle. And then Connor Falvi now learning why Daigo Saito is the legend, the man in the myth that he is, having to go through and chase that with so much speed, so much angle, lock to lock, everywhere across the course. Pivots on that left foot brake as he brings the car around. Such an incredibly difficult thing to do from Daigo Saito, and he really is. There's so much that he's doing in this run to try and really shake Connor Falvi off him. That's what this is.
Well, you know, there's 2 points in this. To go back to the first run, Saito making two big errors in his lead.
Yeah.
Also making contact in his chase. Making contact with Connor Falvi, so he knows he has to try and do something. And if he could throw a big angle and throw Connor Falvi off into the grass, it could have done due diligence, but it didn't. Here we go. Slide him left for Falvi, right for Saito, and it's 2 votes for Connor Falvi. Gets the win and takes down the legend that is Daigo Saito. As Daigo Saito says, "Yeah, I know it was coming."
But wow, just to see that battle here is it's one of those times you'll think back and really reminisce on. It's such a good battle.
At the moment right now, Connor Falvi probably won't realise it, but he will do in a couple of weeks' time. We go back on the line. Juha Rintanen to take on Juha Poytalaakso. 2 Finnish drivers going head-to-head right now. The BMW of Poytalaakso sits in that lead position. The higher qualifier decided to lead first.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting for both these drivers. I mean, from an announcing perspective, a bit of a tongue twister for both of us, but we're gonna get through it.
Yeah, we're gonna get through it.
We got
together.
This.
We can do it.
We can. I'm very excited for this one too. Battle of Finland.
Battle of Finland right now on the line. They come off through the gears. Juha Poytalaakso to lead out Rintanen as Rintanen now jumps onto the back bumper of that BMW. Tentative initiation from both of these guys. They keep it nice and slow and low speed, but look at that, it messes up Rintanen a little bit. Wheels on the curb. Messes up the transition, now gets himself back into the fight as Rintanen goes for the side, and that BMW looks for the transition back. Rintanen going to make a big dive here, fires the back end there, but it's scrappy from Rintanen, gets himself into the fight, tags the door across the line.
Yeah, Juha Poytalaakso doing exactly what he was doing all the way through practice, very predictable, solid line all the way through. Another driver that's really developing in front of us, kind of known before for being a bit of a wild man, and it looks like he's taking some grip out of the car, a little bit slower, but able to get through the run. Good line all the way through, very steady. Look at how controlled he looks in the car. 780 brake pulls there, it really gets the car settled. Juha Rintanen being a little bit more wild, having to try to figure out the pace of Poytalaakso and not able to kind of get into the proximity that we were expecting, but Juha Poytalaakso, I can't just say Juha, in the lead there all the way through. Looks good. Big angle through there, on throttle through these transitions, and then Juha Rintanen tries to get back in, over angling a little bit. So what I really think we're seeing here is one car that's a little bit slower, a little bit floatier, and very easy to drive, it seems. Not that I could. And Juha Rintanen with a car that is much faster, little bit more pointy, a little bit more aggressive, and harder to drive. Now as we swap, though, will Poytalaakso be able to keep up with Rintanen?
You took the words out of my mouth.
I tried.
I was sitting there watching the replay thinking, Rittanen's turned that car up.
Yes.
It's gripped up to the max. You can see the way he can make those dives. But now can Poytalaakso keep up with the grip in that GR86 as they come down for initiation. And look at that big flick to angle for Juha Rintanen. And that does for Poytalaakso as he goes for the transition back. Rintanen into the outside zone as Poytalaakso goes for a big dive, sets himself up into the door. That small GR86. They fire through the middle of the circuit, up into the wall goes Rintanen. Rintanen, though, a wheel over the edge of the circuit, keeps it calm, but Poytalaakso glues it to the door. Then wavers and wobbles as they get it across the line.
That turns, I mean, as we see Juha Poytalaakso's partner there and Chrissy spawning for him, but that kind of went the way I thought it was going to go. Juha Rintanen right off the bat trying to pull as much of a gap as he possibly can, and Poytalaakso cutting a few spots to try and get back into the battle, because as much as this is a very fast track in the first part of it, things slow down quite a lot when we get to outside zone 4. Poytalaakso really taking his time to even get out there, just very controlled to try and get into the side of Juha Rintanen, who lights up that car and really starts to take off again. Full power through a lot of these transitions, trying to shake Poytalaakso, who's in the chase, but Rintanen very stable through this. And look at Poytalaakso, gets into the side of him. Does a really good job there in a car that's not nearly as gripped up as we see from Rintanen. So really, really interesting. I don't know how you judge this one. Very tough, but Rintanen gets a little bit wild out there in the lead, but does pull a bit of a gap on Poytalaakso. Some points going back and forth.
Yeah, I think for me, the wild initiation through Poytalaakso off, you could see dirt thrown up there on initiation, and I can see the judges looking back at that point there. I think wheels over that curb, massive points deducted, especially in that lead, in that chase position, sorry. So both guys out of the car, waiting for that decision to drop in. Juha Rintanen looking a little nervous there.
Yeah, interesting how both drivers coming from the same country, two vastly different chassis, but two vastly different driving styles here today. And Juha Rintanen always fast, very, very quick driver. Poytalaakso taking it back a little bit.
A little reserved this year.
Yeah, and I'm okay with it. I like to see that. I like to see, being a little bit more controlled with it, maybe not having the speed, but having a car that you can get through the whole run with. And it really,
I think there's something to be said about, having a car that is more manageable than the car that feels like it's going to throw you into the grandstand every 5 minutes.
And for me, I think that might get you through top 32, but as we move through, these cars will get faster.
Yeah.
So Poytalaakso will have to speed things up if he even makes it.
Well, here we go. Decisions in. Slide him left for Poytalaakso, right for Rintanen. Oh, we've got a split judging panel so far. It's going to be Juha Poytalaakso, though. Gets the win, advances through. David Kalas, we have to come to you. Why was there a split judging decision there?
Because it was very tight. It was like very small difference between both drivers. But for me and Mateusz, putting so many times wheel off on the track on the lead run of Juha Rintanen was the decision factor, which put it that small advantage on Juha Poytalaakso's side.
Well, there we go.
All right.
And claps all round in the spotters tower. Chrissy Alto, Juha spotter makes her way back to the paddock. We go back to the start line to a battle that we spoke about earlier on. Laurie Heinen to take on Naoki Nakamura.
This is another battle very similar to what we saw before. A very stylish driver in Nakamura and a very quick driver in Laurie Heinen, who, he can drive a lot of style, don't get me wrong, but a different style.
It's a different flair of style.
Different flair of style.
Different flair of style.
I like that.
Is that even a...
It is now.
It is now, yeah.
Mint it.
Well, there we go. Nakamura sits in that chase position. Heinen opts to lead first as a higher qualifier. They get the green light and they are off through the gears. And Laurie Heinen said it's like a fantasy battle, chasing and battling Naoki Nakamura. Nakamura matches the initiation, but Laurie Heinen deals with it better and fires that car right across the circuit. Now starts to pull away as Nakamura tries to get himself back into the fight, makes a big dive in the outside zone as Heinen puts that car right to the edge of the circuit, fires it towards the wall and gets it done perfectly, and Nakamura fires through the smoke, just can't get there, just can't get that proximity.
Yeah, Laurie Heinen is so fast and incredibly dialed and just has that lead run completely locked down at this point. Knows where he needs to be on track, set it and forget it right at initiation. And interesting, Nakamura behind him. Look how fast Nakamura's initiation is. So when they swap that around, that is going to be a tough go for Laurie Heinen, who right now looks completely on form, really pushing to get back into this championship fight. He knows he's back a little bit. Defending that title is one of the toughest spots to be. And Nakamura, throughout this entire thing, does have to cut a little bit to get back into the chase.
He does.
Yeah, has to cut a bit.
And he kind of triangulates some of those outside zones. If you watch the line he takes, he's triangulating it quite a bit, and he still doesn't really manage to get himself in the fight. Look at that, way on the inside there, because he knows that Heinen's going to be fast as soon as he picks up the throttle and drives away. And Yeah, look, Nakamura's there, but not there.
Yeah, and when you triangulate like that, you have to change the momentum of the car really quick. It's wanting to go backwards, so then you have to then dig out of it again, and you get kind of stretched on even more. But change them around. Let's see how this goes.
Well, you said to me that this is going to be interesting, this bit. We talked about this a lot. Here we go. Nakamura to lead out Laurie Heinen. What can Laurie Heinen do? Can he deal with these crazy initiations from the Japanese driver? And look at the pace that Nakamura's firing in. Big angle. Heinen deals with it, sticks to his own thing now, starts to settle himself into the barrel as Nakamura goes for that outside zone. Heinen finds himself on the inside. Nakamura wheels over the edge of the circuit as Laurie Heinen fires through the smoke, looks for the side of that GR86, trying to get himself into the mix. Stands on the foot brake as Nakamura trying to slow that car down, and Heinen almost makes contact.
Yeah, Heinen, this is why he's a champion. I had a thought of what might come out of this battle, especially with the crazy initiation that Nakamura was doing all weekend. And what Laurie Heinen did proved me so wrong in the best possible way. He held back. He knows how fast his car is, and he went, I'm going to let Nakamura, I'm going to give him some space. I'm going to let him throw that crazy angle. I'm not going to try and mirror that right off the bat. And then I'm going to dive in and get that proximity. And it's such a smart move from Laurie Heinen. Nakamura out front, all style, all day. Does get a little bit wide there, holds onto the handbrake, maybe a touch too long, floating it out there. Laurie Heinen and not shaking at any point in time. Battle of two completely different styles in these cars. One with a ton of flair, a ton of angle, throwing all the style everywhere that he can, and then Laurie Heinen with that speed and precision, and it makes for such a unique and interesting battle as they come through it. Nakamura doing exactly what he does, what he's known for in Japan and everywhere else in the world. Laurie Heinen doing what he's known for, aggressive and fast and precise.
There we go. See from the replay there, Nakamura just dropping a few of those outside zones as well, so judge will be taking a look at that one while they wait for the decision to drop in. Heinen calculated all, as always, on his lead. He gives a wave to the camera. Here we go, slide him left for Nakamura, right for Laurie Heinen. That's going to be one vote for Laurie Heinen. It's going to be Laurie Heinen takes the win, advances through, and judges looking over saying, yep, Nakamura losing some of those outside zones, not a very good clean chase. Unfortunately bows out of competition, and Heinen starting to feel like he's still in it.
Yeah, I mean, Nakamura, though, just absolutely on it.
Yeah, absolutely on it. And there we go, Nakamura still smiling, always happy, pulls that car off circuit, but a man that will have a smile on his face after a stressful day yesterday will be Laurie Heinen and Becky.
Absolutely, Ian. You know, we were just having a conversation. I was listening to you up there and saying, you know what? A smart move from Laurie there, that he's holding back, letting him go ahead with that initiation before he kind of sucks up to him and gets into the zones. But Laurie, is that what you were doing, or did you actually get gapped off the start line there?
Yeah, I was gapped. I was, because Naoki is one of my biggest idols, I was just gazing at him at the start line, like enjoying myself, and then he went.
Well, you know what? That's definitely answered the question for us. But you're into the top 16. What is it like to shake off those nerves of getting through top 32?
Feels so good. I think we are, run after run, we are getting better with this fixed car, so I'm enjoying it.
Are you happy to be back in Ireland? I know that this is a track that you do enjoy.
Yeah, I love the Irish audience. Yeah, you remind me a lot of the Finnish audience. Really, everyone is here and cheering from their hearts.
Absolutely. Well, we'll see you in the top 16, Larry, and very well done, guys. There's your answer.
Thank you very much. I mean, look, there's no shame in saying that you got gapped. He was sat on the... You know what he said? When he said, I was sitting there with, gazing over at Nakamura, I just imagined the emoji with the heart eyes.
Yeah.
That was Laurie Heinen staring at Nakamura saying, oh, my God.
It's a happy little accident, right? Happy little accident.
Happy little accident there.
Yeah, worked out well for him.
But hey, look, it did work out well for him as he takes that car off track. Yeah, got that car fixed, slowly working on it time after time, so not 100% yet. We go back to the start line to a one more time battle between Harry Kerr and Dwayne McKver, and Harry Kerr once again asking Dwayne McKver to lead out the first run of the battle.
Yeah, I mean, keep going the way it's going. I don't know, maybe I would have swapped it up. What about you? I'd change it up.
No.
Go for something different?
No.
Stick with what works?
To be honest, I don't think if I was driving a Drift Masters I was a high qualifier, which would never happen, ever in a million years, I would change it up ever.
Okay.
I think I'd stick to what I know, stick to the old, high qualifier leads first.
Oh, okay. I just figured you'd qualify lower, so you'd be chasing.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I'd always be chasing till the final.
I want to bring this to reality. All right. Oh, interesting.
Well, there we go. Yeah, looks like maybe Laurie Heinen's car or Naoki Nakamura's car losing a little bit of coolant there on the track, so we're going to get that just quickly cleaned up.
Sweating some horsepower.
Sweating some horsepower, I like it. Yeah, it was put under its paces.
Yeah,
happy little accident.
Happy little accident. Yeah. Oh man, what an incredible set of battles we've already seen here. I mean, we've got a ton more still to go. Some of the biggest names in the sport still have to go up.
I was just going to say that we hyped up the battle between Harry Kerr and Dwayne McKver, the one more time battle on the line, ready to go. And then I kind of looked back at my battle tree in front of me, and I was like, oh, we're not finished yet with the craziness, because we've still got Jakob Pashkonsky to take on Phil and Roach, James Dean, Kevin Purcell. I spoke to James Dean earlier, and he said that's a tough battle.
Yeah, completely agree. And then Tony Kavier and Chris Brady, I think we talked about it yesterday. I said, I'm not sure if any body panel is going to survive that. No, be none left. And then Mika Keska-Korpi and Jakob Kroll to wrap things up. Another set of very just hardened battlers. So, yeah, I mean, that's just top 32.
And I know, and then we start to look at what we're going to have in top 16, which we'll show you later on with our battle tree. And it is... pretty spicy.
Yeah, very spicy.
Very spicy. It's going to get hot and heavy later on this afternoon here in Mondello Park. We still need to get through some of these battles in top 32 as the door slam closed on both those cars. It's going to be McKver to lead out Harry Kerr for a spot in the top 16. The one more time battle. McKver making those mistakes, Harry Kerr making those mistakes. Judges said not very clean from either driver. We need to run it back and get a clean battle between the pair of them and see who will go through to the top 16. The light goes green and they go through the gears. Harry Kerr, look at this, mirroring the speed, mirroring the pace, and now McKver pulls away and fires that S15 to angle over the hill here over at Menlo Park as he puts the car right to the edge of the circuit. Harry Kerr now looking for a little bit of lost ground, has to shortcut that outside zone. No mistakes from McKver at the moment. He's got that car dialed 100% as he puts it right to the wall, right to the outside edge of the track. Harry Kerr lost in a cloud of smoke as McKver brings it across the line.
Dwayne McKver found another gear, found what he needed to find, kept that same amount of speed that he had previously, but able to get onto the throttle a little bit earlier so he didn't overshoot any of the zones and just gets on it. As soon as he comes through, he's got this transmission figured out now. He knows how to work it, and he is working that car all the way through this entire run. I'm not sure if anybody's gone faster around this entire track at this point. I have to pull up the Wally data to really understand, but Harry Kerr getting a little bit shook there, does a great job of coming back into the battle, at least by the end of the run, because Dwayne McKver just completely locked in through the whole thing, stable throughout it, and just able to find another bit of pace on this incredible track. Wow, absolutely nuts there as we take a look back at our slow-mo here. Man.
Yeah, I'm just trying to look at this point there where Harry Kerr lost a lot of ground. I think it was on this transition. I think the way that McKver positioned the car, he kind of used the momentum as he come across. And looking across at your info as well there, Jacob, and he really did pull a lot of ground from out the outside zone 5 across the circuit. Well, here we go. They're back on the line and back through the gears. Oh, and Harry Kerr looks like he misshifted there in that car, now picks up the pace, now finds that gear, flicks that car to an angle, and it stalls up McKver ever so slightly. Over the hill they come, right to the edge of the circuit. Harry Kerr wheel over the white line as McKver unfazed, now finds the side of that BMW, absolutely checks up both the drivers there in the outside zone. Oh, it's a D-bead from Harry Kerr as he now tries to balance his way around. Dwayne McKver looks for the side of that car, finds it, and across the line.
Yeah, I mean, I really think Harry Kerr was trying to find every bit of pace that he put through this car, dropping the tire pressures down, increasing that contact patch, and just trying to get every little bit of speed out of it. And unfortunately, not able to hold on to it. As you said, I think maybe a bit of a mischief there.
Yeah.
Gets back into it. Dwayne McKver does a really good job knowing how fast his car is, but Harry Kerr right off the bat.
Yeah, it's a DB.
That compression, you can see it that exact moment when they come over. But Harry Kerr, I mean, stays in it. Probably knew in that moment there was something wrong with the car, that there is a DB. These drivers know pretty quick.
No, they know pretty quick. For me, it was the check up in that outside zone. Both cars went in there, good line, but stalled up very quickly, and that's why, because Harry Kerr went to go on throttle and just didn't have the drive that he would normally have, and did a good job, did young Harry Kerr, to make sure he fulfilled the run.
Yeah, what a great shot there to show that tire barely hanging on, but Harry Kerr driving through the whole thing and making sure that he's at least going to come across the finish line on his own terms.
Exactly. So there we go. They pulled up and out of the car, and both guys know probably what way this one is going to go. That's for sure.
Man, scrappy battle though.
Yeah. Here we go. Side of left for McKver, right for Harry Kerr. It's one vote for McKver. It's going to be Dwayne McKver getting the win, advancing through, and we say goodbye to our wildcard driver Harry Kerr.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked if we start to see him here in Drift Masters more often.
Well, it could be a possibility.
I put my vote. I don't know if we're allowed to vote or have a say, but
no, you get no votes apparently.
Okay, well, if I did.
No, we removed the voting system for you.
Oh, lovely. That's a year 2 thing, huh?
Yeah. It's longevity. Right, here we go. Back on the line. Jakob Pashkonsky to take off Phil and Roach. Pashkonsky, the higher qualifier, 3rd place. got himself into that qualifying showdown yesterday. Sits on the line in the lead position, opting to keep it as it's meant to be, as time has served. To look at this, a slow thumbs up, a laser focus out of the windscreen for Roach. Yesterday, unfortunate in that first run of qualifying, went out on circuit full wet. Now looking laser focused, doesn't even want to look at the camera, stares across at Pashkonsky, waits for him to pop the clutch and lift that car off. The light goes green. Both guys leave the start line. Roach now through the gears, over the hill, as Pashkonsky flicks that car across that GR86, absolutely dialed in as Roach now works into the side of that GR86. They go for that transition back, and Roach holds back ever so slightly as Pashkonsky gets himself right where it needs to be, and a little stall up, a check up there from Roach. A mistake creeps in from the young Irishman as Pashkonsky puts the car right to the edge of the circuit, to the wall, looks for the final zone, and across the line.
Pashkonsky just very, very sorted and dialed. I mean, of all the cars going around this circuit, to me, this is one of the smoothest. The car is not doing anything unpredictable for him. That team has the suspension, everything completely locked in. Roach doing everything he can here, really getting at it, gets in, and he looks super solid through this section. Now tries to pick up a little bit more proximity, and then through the transition, just not able to get the timing completely sorted, having to then cut that line, and then gets in a little bit tight here, and not able to really get the transition the way he would have liked there. But Pashkonsky, just phenomenal out in the lead there. An incredibly calculated driver. Someone taking all of his years of motorsport and putting it in. Roach just not able to be comfortable through this run.
Yeah, I mean, look, and you can trust Pashkonsky. Third place qualifier yesterday in that qualifying showdown. It's a guy that you can lean on for that lead line. He's going to be absolutely dialed. He's not going to play games. He's not going to do anything silly. He's going to impress the judges. So he's going to put down that 90-point lead run for sure. But for me, a few mistakes leading in there, too many mistakes leading in there for Roach. Now we get to swap them around, and Roach will have to lead out Pashkonsky. Pashkonsky now will know from the spotters exactly what happened in the background. Look at this, so focused, just a slight thumbs up. He doesn't even turn his head. He's looking at that start line. He gets a thumbs up from our start line marshal, Marcin, down there. They wait for that light to go green, and Pashkonsky already creeping through the start line as he slams through the gears. We see the onboard of this incredible driver, but he's been absolutely left standing as Roach fires that car to angle. Roach now up and gone. Is this a game plan for Pashkonsky? Is he going to try and rein in the young Irishman, or was that a mistake for Pashkonsky as he fires through, looks for the back bumper of the GT86 as the GR86 works its way down on the inside onto the front wheel? Pashkonsky finding that lost ground as Roach barely makes it across the line on angle.
Really, really interesting there. I mean, I know the judges are going to be going back and taking a look at this run-up, because that is where everything went strange. So Pashkonsky taking a bit of a roll there, getting the tires lit up right away, but Roach gets on it, gets going, and I don't know if Jakub just misses a gear or something, even initiates really late, trying to gain as much speed as he could, but at that point in time, Roach already well through the track. Pashkonsky has to battle back. Very calm, though. Really doesn't panic through any of it.
I mean, he did an incredible job of getting himself back into the battle, but for me, the initiation, and I mean, we see it there from the replay. On initiation, he went wheels over on inside zone 2, kicked some dust up. Judges will be looking at that.
Yeah, the judges are, I mean, they go back and take a look at both these runs. They're going to, check the first one, see what happened there. But yeah, for Fionn, this might be a bit of luck for him. A driver that's kind of been unlucky here throughout this entire season. I mean, this is second year for him, needs something to go on his side. Could this be enough for him to get that win and move on? But I'm not sure, because Pashkonsky had such an incredible job on his first run.
On his lead, yeah, exactly that. And judges will be taking a look at that lead and chase side by side.
Tough go for both drivers.
Yeah.
Yeah. We need a mic in there.
We do.
We don't want to talk over it.
I know. I want to kind of listen, but then we paid to talk, so I'm sorry.
Hard to do both at the same time.
Exactly, right. Well, here we go. Decision, I don't think as easy as we may first have.
Yeah, judges really taking their time.
They're taking their time. Here we go. Slide them left for Pashkonsky, right for Roach. That's going to be a one more time. It's going to be a one more time. Yeah, complete unanimous.
Yeah, I get it. I think they want both drivers to clean up their runs, and I think both of them feeling relieved on that, knowing that it wasn't the perfect battle from either side, so get to run it again.
Yeah, Phil and Roach, I feel maybe a little confused there.
Yeah, maybe.
He looked a little confused as he walked away.
Yeah, I don't know which way he was confused. Maybe he looked back at the replay, watching the replay on the big screen going, I gapped you. I absolutely gapped you. But maybe not remembering what happened before that.
Exactly that. Well, here we go. We go on the back on the start line. It's James Dean to take on Kevin Passer. James Dean, the higher qualifier, opting to lead first. And James Dean said this isn't going to be an easy battle against Kevin Passer. A lot of guys saying earlier on after practice that Kevin Passer had gripped that car up to the maximum. Kevin Passer having that car dialed in and saying that he was feeling good this weekend, as he always does.
Yeah.
Always says he's feeling good until he's not.
Yeah, well, I mean, everyone feels good until they get knocked out, so we'll see what happens.
There we go, James Dean doing his hand exercises there before he puts that car into gear. Kevin Passer, as always, absolutely cool, calm and collected. Oh, he means business. He knows that James Dean is the man to beat here at Mondello Park. He knows he'll have all of the Irish fans screaming his name as they come through the gears, down over the hill, and a big flick. And look at that from Kevin Passer, right on the back bumper. This is the closest battle we've seen so far, door to door, as they come through the outside zone. Passer goes for the transition, and this is clean from both drivers as Passer goes for the front wheel of that Mustang. Kevin Passer goes for an early transition, trying to hunt down the Irishman as he fires that BMW onto the side of that Mustang. They come through that last outside zone, door to door. Wow.
Another finals level battle right there, right off the bat. The best and worst part about battling James Dean is you know that lead run is going to be as close to perfect as anybody's going to get. So look at Kevin Passer. Oh, man, the guts to be able to get that close on initiation. That is somebody who has just studied all the runs of James Dean, but Kevin Passer not getting all the way out to that zone in the chase. James Dean completely locked in, filling all those zones, tons of angle, great transition here on throttle all the way through. Doesn't even give those tires a break at any point through this run, but Kevin Passer completely on him, and James Dean allows you to do that. He'll give you a confidence you've never had before because you understand that when you are chasing that legend, the Irish legend, that you can throw everything at him and he is not going to flinch.
No, he's certainly not. And even that on transition, picking up the front wheel, there's that much grip dialed into the car.
That's what these Mustangs do. They're so dynamic. And I know he's added his own little bit of spice and flair for this Mustang to compete in this series because things are a little different on this side of the pond. And James Dean able to get this car perfect for this style of battle.
And there we go, back on the line. Passer now to lead out Dean as Dean starts to creep through that start line already. Passer slams the visor shut on the helmet and Dean jumps off that start line ready for action. He would have known by the spotters that Passer was always there. He was always in the wing mirror. And look at this big angle from Dean. Is it a mistake? He deals with it. Shallows up the angle. Kevin Passer looking rock solid as James Dean now fires down the inside that BMW. They go door to door in the outside zone. Kevin Passer unshaken though as he puts foot to floor, looks for the transition. Dean back into the battle. They go wide on the outside zone towards the wall. Dean glued to the door of Kevin Passer.
Holy, everybody is on the edge of their seats right now. What happened there with James Dean, who just threw an immense amount of angle at initiation?
What seat? I just picked it up and threw it out the window.
Yeah, I'm standing at this point. I don't need a seat. But look at this. Kevin Passer does a really good initiation. James Dean just almost over rotates. I don't know if that was planned or what happened. Wasn't able to get the grip. Maybe got onto the curb there, but then has to play catch up through the rest of it and does an amazing job. I mean, he is never phased. James Dean is never phased, no matter the situation. Kevin Passer out front doing an incredible job, and then there it is. James Dean knowing something went wrong there right off the bat, and I'm going to have to put down another historic chase run on the door of the Estonian driver of Kevin Passer. Wow. There's no way Kevin Passer would know what just happened.
No, until he just see James Dean pop up in the side onto the door. He would have felt him right there as James Dean was knocking on the door of that BMW. Dean did an incredible recovery to get himself back into it, but that, I'm guessing was a big mistake. I wonder if he thought that maybe Kevin Passer was going for a wilder initiation than he did.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there. I mean, we'll have to catch up with him one way or another on that run to really see what happened as we take a look at James Dean leaving some marks on the side of Kevin Passer. And James the big smile no matter what.
Here we go. Decisions in. Left for Passer, right for James Dean. It's one vote for Kevin Passer. It's going to be Kevin Passer.
Wow.
He takes down James Dean, and that mistake from James Dean on initiation taking him out of competition. Kevin Passer said it was going to be a tough battle, and so did James Dean. Dean said to me earlier on today, it's not going to be easy to beat Kevin Passer here at this track because he's on form.
The championship battle is taking a turn right now, Ian. This is really, really interesting. I mean, yeah, wow.
Well, there we go. Kevin Passer takes that car off track, and look how happy he is. He's waving to the Irish fans in the grandstand, but man, they'll be a little bit dejected. He's down there with Becky. Becky's not having the weekend he'd hoped for.
Absolutely, Ian. James, I obviously know this is not the way you wanted the weekend to go, but look, a brand new car, a brand new chassis. all of the developments are leading to this moment here, and this weekend it hasn't gone the way that you wanted to.
No, definitely not. Absolutely the last result I wanted this weekend, especially bringing this car to Ireland. I really wanted to put on a show, and I feel like I let my Irish fans down, but I tried my best. I knew I had to chase hard. He was chasing me really hard, and his car is really fast off the line, and he had a little bit of a gap by the entry, and I just flicked it. It went to too much angle, and yeah, I'm glad that I managed to hold on to it and rescue some of the run, but very disappointed. But once again, thank you to all the best Irish fans for supporting me no matter where I go. Yeah, we'll be back next year, and we'll have a point to prove for sure.
What's the plan now, James? Is it back to the drawing board to take another look at this car and the developments that it's made so far? Can you tell us what's next?
Yeah, we made some huge improvements to this car over the weekend, honestly, because it's the first time driving this car this year on a track that I know. I knew how kind of far off we were with the setup. So we made a lot of progress this weekend. I feel more confident going into the second half of the season. But, you know, I'm very proud of my team for what we're doing. Like, it's a brand new car, brand new suspension setup, new engine to figure out, new so many things. So we're managing to pull this off in a small garage in Ireland, and with the support of RTR in America, it's unbelievable. But disappointed with the result. I really wanted to put the car on the podium this weekend, but it's motorsport. You know, you win some, you lose some. We'll be back.
Absolutely, James. Well, we'll see you at the next round, and that's all she wrote, guys. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Becky. Yeah, very dejected James Dean. The winner of this round last year in 2024, unfortunately, won't be on the top step. And it's going to have championship, implications, because James Dean, at the moment, third in the championship here at Drift Masters, and with Connor Shanahan and Oliver Randall progressing forward. All it takes now is for Kavier to do well and progress through, and we could maybe see Kavier or Heinen's in as well.
Yeah.
But Kavier is right on the heels of James Dean in the championship. If Kavier can pull this battle out the bag and take a step forward, we could see Kavier third in the championship, even higher by the end of the weekend. As we move through this championship into Riga, things are going to get hot and heavy. Both guys on the line, though, and it is going to be one of our wildcard drivers to take on a regular contender. Chris Brady sits on the line, an incredible Nissan S15, full carbon Kevlar, built by the team at James Dean's workshop. And he takes on Torane Kavier, who yesterday came over that hill like a man possessed.
Yeah, just doing things on this track that nobody else has ever done at speeds that no one else has even thought of, and the commitment. I mean, entering in full throttle, not even touching the e-brake. It's something that we really don't get to see. So
no, we don't get to see it very often, that's for sure. But what will he do right now, where he needs to be sensible for a little bit, that's for sure, as he fires through. Look at the speed of Kavier already. Caught Chris Brady out on that initiation, but Brady wise to it, shallows up the angle, keeps himself in the fire as Kavier now fires that car through. Shallows up the angle once again as Chris Brady trying to shortcut the circuit. Kavier on an absolute blinder of a lead line. Look at the way he can flick that 180SX to angle as Brady goes for the door, looks for the side of Kavier's S13. They go right to the edge of the circuit.
yeah, Torane Kavier, he's on another level at this point. He's just building momentum with every run, and Chris Brady, this is tough for him because the speed that Torane Kavier is able to get out of the car. I got a little bit of the secret sauce of what they got going on.
Oh, yeah?
It is wild how they've got this car set up right now, and he is able to get through it, able to master it. Look, he was telling me what the car is doing on the inside. I'm not going to give anything away because I don't want anybody copying it because it's dangerous the way they've got things going. But he's able to handle it, and Chris Brady doing a really good job of getting back into the battle and trying to keep the speed just on. Torane Kavier is picking up speed through transition. That is a spot where a lot of drivers are going to pull off the throttle a little bit, kind of slow the car through, and Torane Kavier just finds the grip, able to whip the car around. Look at this. And then barely even a handbrake pull. Chris Brady, bit of a spectator through part of it, but able to get through on that last outside zone, picking up that tandem, knowing, hey, it doesn't matter, I can't give up, because when we swap this around, as we've seen previously, when you are a bit slower of a car, and you know you've got a faster car chasing it, that faster car has got to dial things back, and that is not an easy thing as the clock ticks down, and Torane Kavier not at the line.
No, Kavier not on the line, and you can see our marshal down there. You can see Kavier at the back end of the grid, and he will have a few moments to cool that car down, but he will have to make his way to the burnout box pretty quickly.
This is what we talk about. This is something we've seen before. Crossed arms, waiting for those temps to come down.
Look at the heavy breathing from Kavier. Look at the nervousness in the legs, twitching. He would have been on the radio to the spotter, and the spotter would have said, look, incredible lead, And look at this, Kavier saying, when do I need to go? Now is the time. Now I go back to the line right now.
Probably watching those water temps click
And then there we go. Look, enters the burnout box with 17 seconds to go. He's going to make it to the line with perfect time. Again, another driver scrubbing those front tyres before they pull to the line. And here we go. The clock means nothing right now as Kavier pulls to the line, that chase position. Brady slams the door closed on that S15. As we wait the light to go green, Brady will have to do everything he can and everything he knows to get himself through this battle. But he's got a steely competitor of Torane Kavier hunting him down as they initiate together at the same angle. But Kavier goes on the inside, drops wheels onto the grass as Chris Brady now puts himself into the outside zone. Now Kavier finds himself lost a little bit in the smoke. Now Kavier needs to pick up the pace and find the side of that S15. Is scrappy from Kavier. But Brady's putting down an absolute heater in the lead position as Brady leads him across the line.
Man, I really don't know which way this is going to go. Did Tony Kavier get the temps down? Is that engine hurt? Is the ECU pulling something out of it to keep that engine temp down? Because Tony Kavier did not look nearly as fast as what I was expecting. Cutting really tight on the inside here, which is kind of a shocker, and then gets a bit scrambled after that point as Chris Brady pretty solid in a very, very dynamic S chassis, rolling around, setting that up very loose, and there's Tony Kavier getting right and tight onto the side of that beautiful all carbon Kevlar car. I mean, that is really, really interesting. The judges having to take a lot of looks at this to understand what was going on. A bunch of angle thrown by Chris Brady, who's swinging the back end around, trying to get that wing over the wall, with Tony Kavier having to push as much as he can on an engine that's not happy about the temps right now, just to make sure he's still in this fight. Oh, man.
Yeah, strange from Kavier there. I think you might be right there, Jacob, saying about, the heat here this weekend and pulling maybe some timing out of the car and not making it run at full power. But Kavier made a big mistake, but there was mistakes there in the lead from Chris Brady, and I wonder if that was what led Kavier off. And yeah, look, this is what the judges are looking at here.
Yeah, so a couple of spots to really start to dial in on and understand where there might have been some mistakes is...
I think it's here on initiation. Watch how far Chris Brady goes. Wheel on the curb, and that forces Kavier over the curb as well, especially in that chase position. Yeah. So that would have thrown Kavier off. And there was a handbrake pull halfway through that second inside zone from Brady.
Yeah, there's a lot of cause and effect in drifting, and really to have that solid chase run, you've got to have a solid lead, and if the lead kind of cuts you off by going that far inside track, it becomes very difficult. You have nowhere to go other than to mow the grass.
No, exactly that. So we await the decision to drop in from the judges. Of course, we're just speculating here at Drift Masters, me and Jacob, because we aren't the judges. We have our judging panel right next to us. David Kalas, Werner Sweneveld and Matthias Jedges, and of course our fourth judge on the replays, our eyes for the judges, we like to call him. He's the eyes everywhere. Here we go, decisions inside him, left for Brady, right for Kavier. It's going to be a one more time. Kavier shakes his head and says no, and he's absolutely gutted with the decision. David Kalas, just quickly to you, one more time, scrappy from Kavier somewhere.
Yeah, the thing is that I understand that Thor does not like that, but we looked on his chase and he maybe thinks that he was taken to the position to cut that much and make his mistake. However, we've been discussing this and we still believe that you don't need to cut that much. So he was put into that place, but you don't need to cut like 1.5 meters in front of the leader. So that's why we put it one more time.
Okay, fair enough. So even though, Brady put him into that position on the initiation, he still should have got himself back into... Look at this from Kavier.
He's a passionate guy.
He is a very passionate guy. Look, he's really upset with that decision.
Yeah, and maybe once he hears back what the judges had to say, you might understand.
He'll still be angry.
Yeah, he's going to drive hard. That's for sure.
He'll just drive hard. Here we go, back on the line. Mika Keski-Korpi to take on Jakob Kroll. Keski-Korpi, the higher qualifier, opting to lead first against Jakob Kroll. And 2 one more time battles to go.
Yeah.
It's not over yet,
Not
Jacob.
over. Not over.
You can't go and get a burger yet.
Okay. I'll hang tight.
You'll have to hang tight for a minute. Here we go. Keski-Korpi absolutely focused in the car. The Finnish driver to take on the Polish driver, Jakob Kroll. He's feeling good. Feeling good about himself. Smile, slams the door closed, puts a fist bump up to the camera. He's looking good forward to this one. Had some good luck here in Ireland before. Mika Keski-Korpi looking for a turn of some of that good luck as they come through the gears over the hill, and a little slow from Keski-Korpi on initiation opens the door for Jakob Kroll as Kroll mirrors the angle on initiation from Mika Keski-Korpi. Now both transition, look for this long outside zone as Jakob Kroll finds the side of that BMW 2 Series. They time the transition perfectly. Kroll through the smoke onto the side, but big angle pulled from Keski-Korpi, and he has to fix the mistake as Kroll jumps up onto the door.
Yeah, Keski-Korpi going through that zone really flicked it wide, and he did an amazing job of getting things sorted again, because that could have been an over-rotation really, really quick. But Jakob Kroll in the chase all the way through does a really phenomenal job of adapting to what was going on in front of them. I mean, both these drivers, ooh, look at that big correction from Keski-Korpi right off the bat. You can see it in the car.
A little bit of car. That's the handbrake again as well.
Yeah, to get that car slid out, but a great job. I mean, that's something I think we both kind of missed right off the bat.
Yeah.
These things happen so fast that, you know, the old hindsight's 2020. We get to see it now in these replays, but Keski-Korpi does not look shook at any point in time after that point, and just throwing a bit more angle for the Irish fans there. Jakob Kroll staying back just a touch, maybe thinking, okay, Keski-Korpi going a little bit wild on this run, as we can see how much angle that Keski-Korpi's got going into that zone. Just, you know, I mean, he could have taken out both taillights on that run.
He could have done, yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Both drivers, I mean, mid-pack from last year, sitting 16th and 18th, so they want that. They want that advancement. They're on a good set of momentum here and in a good spot to be able to improve from last year, but one of them's got to get through the other in order to do that.
Yeah, certainly has. Well, they pull back up to the line. Jakob Kroll now to lead out. Mika Keski-Korpi is our Starlight Marshall Moss. He goes to have a look at the rear end. Yeah, the bodywork there on initiation, just getting a little caught up on the wheel and folding under. So making sure that is all still good to run for the second half of the battle. And Marcin happy enough with the quality of the bodywork repair.
Yeah, that car is very flexible.
Very flexible. Yep, these carbon Kevlar cars able to take some abuse, that's for sure. Oh, Keski-Korpi almost completely rolled through the start line, which he can do, but he would have caught himself up a little bit there as Jakob Kroll now comes through the gears down. A nice initiation. Mika Keski-Korpi on the foot brake trying to balance that 2 Series in. A little drop of wheel on the grass, but goes for a brave transition behind Jakob Kroll. Kroll doing everything he needs to do in that lead position, looking rock solid out front, but there's no shaking Keski-Korpi. They both go for the wall, they both go for the outside zone. Mika Keski-Korpi glued to the side of Jakob Kroll as they bring it across the line.
Wow, Keski-Korpi, I mean, he would have felt some of those mistakes on his previous run and having to make up for it, but Jakob Kroll on that lead, very, very dialed, getting basically through those zones, looks incredibly smooth and just so fluid throughout the entire thing, and even his just development throughout this weekend and the way he's been able to attack the track from the start until they're at the point now. And there you get that onboard of Mika Keski-Korpi really fighting through that car, but able to get that proximity through a lot of it, pulling a little bit of the angle out to gain the proximity of Jakob Kroll, who's out front. And look at almost having to stare through the smoke, waiting for that moment for Jakob Kroll's car to appear again on transition. That is the scariest time in a drift car. At these speeds, have no idea where they are, right here, and hope that you appear on the correct side of that vehicle in front of you.
Crazy, those on-ball shots where you could just see the whites of the eyes, the focus. I reckon they don't blink the whole run.
No, and their pupils with dinner plates by the time they get to the finish. Wow, absolutely crazy. Look at the shake in the tire as they get put through their paces. Oh man, what a battle. What a battle. Both drivers just stepping up. I mean, you get the first run down, you immediately get into your head of, okay, what do I need to improve? How can I beat this driver? And then you go out and do it.
And most of these guys, as soon as they finish the run, they would be back on the radio. Well, where was he? What was he doing? How was it? What do I need to do? Was it a good lead? Was it a very good chase? You know, they would, no messing around. They would have been on the radio, and a tough one for both teams there, to be honest.
Yeah, this is another nail biter, and we're going to see what the judges think here. We got one more times already. Could it be another?
Here we go. Slide him left for Kroll, right for Keski-Korpi. It's one vote for Jakob Kroll, and Keski-Korpi knows what's coming. Jakob Kroll gets the win and advances through to the top 16. And another driver, the Finnish driver, Mika Keski-Korpi, a little dejected there as he makes his way back to his car. The Polish fans in the grandstand very happy with that decision. Another Polishman in the top 16.
Yeah.
As we look to go back to the one more time battle between Jakob Pashkonsky and Fionn Roach.
Yeah, Jakob Pashkonsky had that bit of a run-up and issue there, and Fionn Roach getting a little bit crazy, getting a little bit wild. Both drivers really need to dial in, get things sorted, and I wouldn't say be more safe, just be more calculated.
Yeah, I think Fionn Roach there, I think he felt like that was a little bit of a sigh of relief with the one more time coming in, because I think when he looked at his reaction out of the car, he thought maybe he'd lost that. Pashkonsky, I think, thought he'd won it, that's for sure. Well, they get the green light to go. They're through the gears. It's GR86 to take on GT86 as they go bumper to bumper. And Fionn Roche this time not scared to get close to Pashkonsky's car, but Pashkonsky looks like he's turned up the heat maybe a little bit more, another 10% on that one, as now Fionn Roche fires in onto the rear wheel. That GR86, they come through the smoke. Fionn Roche goes for a brave early transition, makes it even braver on that transition as Fionn Roche won't let the Polishman get away as Fionn Roche fires angle at it across the line.
Wow, Jakub Pashkonsky has so much angle to slow the car down as he comes out of initiation there. Fionn Roche does a good job of staying back, maybe a little bit, has to get back on throttle. And look at the amount of angle and how long Jakub Pashkonsky is able to hold it through that entire zone. As they get into our fourth outside zone, this is where Fionn Roche starts to make his dive. And that early transition, as you said, lines him up and then sets him up again for our big second outside zone. And there he is, locked in place on the door of Jakub, who has such an incredible line through the whole thing. What I love about Jakub Pashkonsky's driving is he almost sets up a corner on the corner that comes before it.
Yeah.
It's like watching someone who's really good at billiards, where they take the shot, but then they're also placing it for the next shot.
For the next shot, yeah.
That's how I see Jakub Pashkonsky's driving.
I might have to check the notes. Maybe he's like a world champion in...
I would not... What can't he do? I have no idea at this point. I mean, just so many disciplines. Yeah.
We've looked at his notes and he's done pretty much everything.
It's a long list. I mean, he's got a whole page to himself here of accomplishments. But yeah, just a great run. And Fionn Roche doesn't get shook at any point. Still in the battle all the way through. Does a good job. Doesn't make the same mistakes he took before. And now they pull to the line.
Yeah, back on the line they go. Fionn Roche in that lead position. Jakub Pashkonsky to chase him down. Fionn Roche, I think this time on the chase, could trust Pashkonsky's lead, and he did, but can now Pashkonsky trust Fionn Roche's lead? You see him pull a massive gap on initiation. Will he let him get away with it this time? He doesn't. Look at this, Pashkonsky right there, onto the side, onto the back bumper, not letting Fionn Roche get away this time. And Fionn Roche on an absolutely blinding lead line at the moment. That's opening the door for the Polish driver as Pashkonsky goes for the early transition this time. Tucks up on the inside, goes for it even bigger, almost makes contact as he dives on the outside zone. Has to get himself back into it as Fionn Roche drags him across the line.
Wow, what a bold move there from Jakub Pashkonsky, and it's because Fionn Roche gave him such a really solid lead run there. Fionn not taking a ton of angle through this course, knowing that he's trying to run away, he's trying to shake him, which is an incredibly difficult thing to do, but he's very stable throughout it. Not a ton of corrections from Fionn Roche, who's got this out. Look at that, almost takes the whole front end of the car off the ground, coming through that compression zone, and look at him all the way through here. Jakub Pashkonsky, very bold move on this transition, taking the inside. Fionn, not a ton of angle, and then Jakub Pashkonsky, oh man, getting in there, just timing that so well. And man, if you miss that, if you're off by even a millimeter through that, you're going to catch the back end of the car, or you're going to slam into the side of it, and that could be all she wrote on an incredibly tight run for both these drivers. Wow.
Yeah, incredible scenes there, and Pashkonsky doing everything he could in that chase position. For me, looking back at the replay, Fionn Roche there, a little shallow maybe, a little bit. Those outside zones, you know. Judges will take that into deliberation, especially after how close it was on the first battle when it was a one more time. But Pashkonsky and Fionn Roche out of the car, waiting to get that decision from the judges here. Slide them left for Pashkonsky, slide them right for Fionn Roche. It's one vote for Pashkonsky. He puts his arm in the air. It's Jakub Pashkonsky from Poland who gets the win and advances through to the top 16. And you can see what it means to the Polish driver as Fionn Roche takes himself back to the car and says, another weekend where we have to go away, reset, rework it out. But, you know, you have to give it to Fionn Roche. He drove his heart out this weekend and really did put on a show. But Becky's down there with Jakub Pashkonsky. Pashkonsky must be feeling over the moon right now.
Absolutely, Ian. Kuba, that was an incredible display of driving there. Congratulations, you're into the top 16. Can you tell us what that dive onto outer zone 7 was? Because it looked crazy and we thought for 1 second you might lose it, but you managed to put it together.
Yeah, I felt that on this zone I was not close enough, and then I says, be or not to be, and then I attack. I hit, but it was really small tap, and I'm really happy of this battle because we had really nice fight, and Fionn did really good job. And sorry for guys here, but it was really nice fight.
What is it like driving with drivers who are so much younger than you, but you can see the talent coming through?
No, I think this sport is really nice because you can be really young and older, but it's everything in the head to go exactly all the time, the same runs, and not making any mistakes.
Absolutely, congratulations, Kuba. The experience is definitely shown through here. We'll see you at top 16. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Becky. I like the way that Pashkonsky apologised to the Irish fans for taking out an Irishman.
He wants to make it out of here tonight.
He is the nicest man you'll ever meet.
He's very nice. I was in the elevator with him the other day, and we were just chatting, hanging out. It's a good time.
Was he talking to you about his fitness regime?
No, but I think he was headed to the gym.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He runs like 600 miles a day.
I believe it.
Yeah. He's a triathlete.
Of course he is.
Right, we go back on the line for the final one more time battle of our top 32, and it will be Chris Brady to take on Kavier. An angry Kavier, I'm going to say.
Yeah, and maybe, here's the thing, he's either going to go harder or he's going to try and dial things back a little bit. Maybe, I think he listened to the judges, but we'll see what he does.
Well, we're going to see what he does as the light goes green. Brady to lead out Kavier as they come off the line. Kavier opting to chase, being the higher qualifier this time. Look at this from Kavier, down on the inside he goes, waits for Brady to set that car up now. Kavier, a little wobble there from Kavier as Brady puts himself right where he needs to be. Kavier switching it up for the second half of the battle. Kavier a mistake again, can't get himself into the mix now, goes for the dive on the outside zone. Brady right to the edge of the circuit. Brady starts to pull away as Kavier looks for the side of that S15.
Interesting.
Very
interesting. Kavier made the correction on initiation. So maybe you listen to the judges. We'll see. Because like this is where the judges were saying, if you're going to go inside, don't go that far inside. Does a good job there. Now, Chris Brady, a little bit shallow through that section. I'm not sure if he made it all the way out to that zone, but Kavier gets a little bit shook coming through a fourth outside zone and then has to play a lot of catch-up, pulling a bunch of angle out here to keep up with Chris Brady, who has been picking up a lot of speed. He was one of the slower drivers in practice, and they've been adding more and more to that car. I feel like every practice run and every battle, and now Kavier, one of the fastest drivers we saw previously, struggling to keep up with the S chassis. So as we swap this around, Kavier might feel like he's on the back foot, and what is he going to pull out to try and get the win here against another incredible Irish driver?
Yeah, an interesting one, just watching back on the replay there. I could see where the mistakes were creeping in, seeing where mistakes were made. And, Kavier did the right thing with the initiation this time. He didn't go so far on the inside, wasn't led astray by Chris Brady. But Chris Brady, as you mentioned, Jacob, a little shallow on some of those outside zones. Maybe that threw Kavier off. I'm not sure. As Chris Brady reverses back off the start line, we wait to see Kavier pull to the line. Oh, he's pulled into the wrong position.
Oh, that would be why. Hey, it happens. This new system is new to a lot of people.
Yeah,
I get it. We didn't catch it right off the bat either. Maybe he just wanted to see. Okay, let's just check what Tor's working with right here.
Maybe he's going to throw Kavier off. He's like, I'll do 2 leads.
Yeah, I wonder when. I would hope we would catch that. We missed it. I'm sure. Hey, Marson, nothing gets by him.
Oh no,
he would immediately been like, no, over here.
Over here.
Yeah, Kavier scrubbing those fronts again, taking off the little marbles. And there we go.
Well, there we go. They pull up to the line and Kavier pulls into position. Chris Brady sits in that chase position. They get the thumbs up both sides. They get the light to go green, and Kavier comes off the line and through the gears as Chris Brady now hunts down the Norwegian sledgehammer as he fires through the gears. And look at this, he's a man that's driving very angry as Kavier throws mad angle at it, puts that car right to the edge of the circuit, starts to work his way into this outside zone. Chris Brady can't answer Kavier at the moment. Now shortcuts the outside zone, starts to gather up some pace and look for the side of that 180SX, but Chris Brady is all over the track shortcutting. Look at the pace in Kavier.
I like an angry Kavier. I really do. I like the way he drives like this. When he's got a point to prove, when he doesn't agree with something, when he wants to prove a point, this is what he does. The amount of angle coming over there. Man, that car is just bouncing around. And the amount of G-force that he is experiencing in that car, I'm surprised he didn't come out the window. Getting out to this zone, full lock all the way through, tons of speed. He's able to drive this car in such, look at the speed on transition. I know we're slowing this down and it's still fast. And Chris Brady really just became a spectator for a lot of this run, but didn't give up, didn't back down at any point in time. With what in front of him is an incredibly angry and frustrated driver who put all of that on display and on the track and got through it. I mean, just absolutely hucked all the way through this run. Chris Brady, that's a tough one to keep up with that much speed. it's just really, really tough. But he stayed in the fight all the way through.
Yeah, he certainly did stand the fight all the way through. I think for me, Kavier, I think he had that mindset from the get-go. I think he wasn't too worried about his chase.
Yeah.
As long as he was there on initiation and didn't make too many mistakes, I think Kavier thought, there's no way he's going to catch me when I lead. So here we go. They're out of the car, and Kavier looking a little cooler now.
Where does he keep those? Has he got like a little pocket for his shades in his
got a special holder in the race car. Here we go. Slide him left for Brady, right Kavier. It's one vote for Kavier. It's Torani Kavier getting the win and advancing through to the top 16. And there we go. The top 16, Jacob, is finally set.
Wow, some crazy battles already coming up with it. But I mean, I know for Torani Kavier, very excited to be moving on. Getting into the rest of these, but yeah, wow, I'm tired.
You're tired already.
I mean, yeah.
You can't be tired. There's no time to be tired. Becky's down there with Torani Kavier. Becky, I want to know why he was so upset with the first one more time decision.
Yeah, absolutely. Me too, Ian. Tor, I've known you for a good few years now, and I know when you're upset. And when we watched you go through the first battle with Chris Brady there, you threw your arms up as if to say, what? Can you tell us what you were thinking after your first battle win?
I don't think the judges really saw what I saw from my car in that battle, but we got to go one more time and I pulled out something. So yeah, but it was a tough call. He's on a different tire. We got to try to pace ourselves, but yeah, happy to be in top 16.
We've got to talk about one more time from the point of view of a driver. For us, it's just like, yes, we get to see them go again, but from a driver's point of view, it's like, what? You want me to do that again? I don't even know what I did.
Yeah, my head usually goes to shit when there's a one more time, so this is probably the first one more time I've ever won in my life, so I'm super happy, actually.
Well, Tor, fantastic to have you in our top 16. We can't wait to see you driving. I hope your car is going to be in good shape for that.
Thank you.
Guys, back to you. That's our top 32.
Thank you, Becky. And yeah, we'll just quickly apologise there for the language from Torani Kavier, a man that's upset and happy all at the same time. He's passionate coming out of it. Well, me and you, Jacob, know what we've got coming up this afternoon when we go live again, but this is what you guys have got to look forward to in top 16. We've got Vychek versus Olson. We've got Shanahan versus Kobalinsky, Jack Shanahan versus Kobalinsky, Zacharil, Oliver Randall versus Connor Falvi, Connor Shanahan against Dwayne McKver. Juha Poytalaakso to take on Laurie Heinen, and Jakob Pashkonsky to take on Kevin Basur, Torani Kavier versus Jakob Kroll. Standout battle for you?
I mean, the whole thing, this entire weekend, really the first one that kicks it off. Piotr Vincek, Simon Olson. Simon really having to prove something here. Piotr Vincek wanting to keep moving up those championship points, and Simon maybe trying to play spoiler to that. So,
well, look, we lost James Dean in top 32. We're going to start talking about the championship now. Look, Kavier's still in it. He was in 4th place. He may now jump ahead of James Dean, depending on how it goes against Kroll. For me, the two standout battles, Oliver Randall versus Falvi. Falvi's on form, feeling good. Randall needs the points. Shanahan versus McKver. McKver is way down in the championship. Yeah. He's got to go up against an on-form Connor Shanahan. Look, we're going to let everyone think about that for a moment. We need a rest. Jacob needs to sleep. Becky, we're going back to you. What a hell of a show we've got coming up this afternoon.
We absolutely do, Ian. I mean, that top 32 really has started to shake up the Drift Masters Snow Globe for this championship. It's all to play for. Guys, make sure you join us at 15:30 local time for our top 16, which will take us all the way to the finals. Catch us right here. Have a break, because you're not going to want to miss this, and we'll see you then.
streets a few months. I'm trying to pick myself up. I may be living alone, but I still believe in love. And been on the streets a few months. I'm trying to pick myself up. I may be living alone, but I still believe in love. And although my flaws had dragged me down on the coldest night, I'm still kicking around. Then I saw you back before my time was shortened. No, throughout my life you've called me a renegade. Throughout my life you said we could start again, but I'm a renegade of your love. But I'm a renegade of your The back and forth has got me so messed up. Don't ignore the signs. We've had enough of the whole damn thing that we got going. You hold the strings without me knowing. Why do I have to suffer through the thinking? Why do I have the feeling that we're sinking? I need to find a way. It's got me turned around, but I can't ignore the feelings that I found in this whole damn thing that we got going. You hold the strings without me knowing. Why do I have to suffer through the thinking? Why do I have the feeling that we're sinking? I need to find a way. Find a way. Find a way. Find a way out. Find a way out. staring at you. So I'm crazy. Won't you bend that back for me? We won't stop. Got your feet both locked. You get to fly with me. I can take you down for a ride. I take you around my life. Jaywalking, crosswalking, lip locking with you. I know it, you know it, we make it.
Know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side. CJ Ike, now I gotta roll with ice. Cody's brothers, my guys. Know that they fly. Know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side. CJ Ike, now I gotta roll with ice. Ride or die. 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 Cody's brothers, my guys. Know that they fly. Know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side. CJ Ike, now I gotta ride or die.
feel of the air touch my skin. Am I real? 'Cause I felt something leave from within. I feel empty. Have I got nothing left to give? Am I living? 'Cause I only felt alive with him. I'm driving in the night, the hood down. It's when I feel alive, when no one's around. The darkness deep inside comes to light now. But it's alright, it's alright. I can break no heart if I got none. I won't break apart if I stay on the run. But sometimes in the night I miss the sun. Why did darkness come? I felt my body break, my heart give up. Why did darkness come? I felt the lightness shake me into hell. Why did darkness come? I wanna stay in here where I belong. Why did darkness come? Something keeps waking me up. Why did darkness come? Why did darkness come?
Some of the craziest battles. We've got wild cards going against multiple time champions. We've got the Irish still in it, fighting for it. We got Connor having to just hold on for dear life to keep that top spot in the championship. Who knows what's going to happen once this day wraps up, but we're all along for an incredible ride.
We certainly are, yeah. Look, some big names going out in our top 32, but names in the championship, 4th and 5th, Kavier and Heinen still in it. Randall and Shanahan still in it. So by the end of the day, who knows how the championship is going to sit? We're at round 4, but we're going to move this through all the way. The road, the journey is to the PGA Narodow in Poland, in Warsaw, in the capital, the Red Bull Drift Masters final. And we started it all off in Spain, where Oliver Randall took the win. Then it was all the way to Finland, where Connor Shanahan got back on the podium after a drought, nearly a year off. Kildare in Ireland, well, we're right here, right now. Today we decide who takes that win. Then, as we say, it's Riga, baby. We're back to Latvia. Then Ferropolis, the Iron City, where it's decided with concrete walls and steel. And then, as I said, every road leads to the PGA Narodow in Warsaw in Poland for the Red Bull Drift Masters final. It's going to be unbelievable. We've got a packed 55,000 seats with not only drifting but spectacular shows all the way through. I'm excited for that one, but I'm also excited for today's top 16.
Yeah, it's just going to be epic. This entire year is a complete blur already. Every time that I'm like, oh, okay, I think I'm getting settled. I think I know what's going to happen next. Something crazy happens, and this is where we stand going into this round. Absolutely nuts. Look at how tight that points race is for our top 8.
Yeah, it certainly is, and we've still got points to add to that from qualifying yesterday and today of the drivers of how they've progressed already through competition. Shanahan leading the points with 152. Dean out of competition, though, so he's now going to start bleeding points to Randall and Shanahan with Kavier and Heinen gaining points on him. Let's take a look back at some of the action that happened in top 32 because it was absolutely unbelievable. We see a heated battle between Clint Vanort and Marco Zacharil. They had to go at it one more time where unfortunately, Clint Vanort threw that car off circuit, giving Marco Zacharil the win, and we see what it meant to that young man. That Czech driver jumped out of the car. He was ecstatic after that hard-hitting battle. Yesterday, though, he got the job done in qualifying showdown where he battled Connor Shanahan in the final of it.
Yeah, and put on such an incredible show throughout the entire thing and ultimately getting the win here over the Dutchman. And then that kind of moves into one of the battles that I just was looking forward to the whole time. And this was nuts. Connor Falvi, Thago Saito getting really scrappy all the way through. Connor Falvi throwing it down, holding that flag high as the Japanese driver, making some contact, ultimately knocking a crazy amount of tow out of that car, breaking suspension. But the team over at Drift Games able to get everything back together and get him back out there to battle the legend in what was a breathtaking final battle between those drivers.
Yeah, and then we went on to see Harry Kerr, a young blood in Irish drifting, making his name known in Irish drifting, take on Dwayne McKver, but it was a D-beaded tyre that would see Harry Kerr unfortunately bow out of competition, allowing Dwayne McKver to progress through to the top 16. McKver starting to find some redemption after a very hard year for the Irishman. You see what it meant to the team there, a little fist bump to the camera, and there you see it, that D-beaded tyre, unfortunately for Harry Kerr, taking him out of competition just like that. But a name that no one's going to forget and a name we'll remember. This battle, or again, another heater between these two guys. It had to go one more time. Pashkonsky to take on Fionn Roach. They had to go at it. GT86 versus Toyota GR86, and the Polishman in the end getting the win. That little tag on the door, stamping some authority.
Yeah, it was nuts. Kuba's got this car dub, but Fionn Roach taking it to him, making him battle through that one more time. Fionn Roach, I mean, he is climbing through. He's looking for every little bit of a win that he can get in this. Not having the best season so far, but this little bit of hope should carry him so far as we get into these next set of rounds.
It certainly should do, and you can see what it meant again for Pashkonsky, another man finding some form, but a man that was not that happy after his performance was James Dean after this big mistake on initiation in his chase against Kevin Purser. Kevin Purser, again, another driver that jumped out of the car in elation when he got the decision. We could see what it meant to him in the paddock. He was absolutely over the moon, and no doubt he took down one of the biggest names in Irish drifting on home soil here in front of his home crowd in undoubtedly one of the best cars on the grid. Kevin Purser, a name to be reckoned with this weekend, but James Dean, as you can see there, fired on that angle. He knew that Purser was quick, and he said, I had to fire everything at him.
James,
let's hear from James right now.
Wanted the weekend to go, but look, a brand new car, a brand new chassis. All of the developments are leading to this moment here, and this weekend it hasn't gone the way that you wanted to.
No, definitely not. Absolutely the last result I wanted this weekend, especially bringing this car to Ireland. I really wanted to put on a show, and I feel like I let my Irish fans down, but I tried my best. I knew I had to chase hard. He was chasing me really hard, and his car is really fast off the line, and he had a little bit of a gap by the entry, and I just flicked it. It went to too much angle, and yeah, I'm glad that I managed to hold on to it and rescue some of the run, but very disappointed. But once again, thank you to all the best Irish fans for supporting me no matter where I go. Yeah, we'll be back next year, and we'll have a point to prove for sure.
So there you go. That was how James Dean felt after, unfortunately, getting himself knocked out of competition. And then we went to the top 16 parade, where we brought all of the 16 drivers out in front of them, a huge crowd here in Mondello Park, for them to cheer on their favourite drivers. And everybody got involved. Kavier actually had a smile on his face in the parade after earlier on, when he had an upside-down smile, shall we say.
Yeah,
and Connor Shanahan got a huge round of applause from all of the crowd here for home favourite in front of a packed out grandstand. You can see what it meant, but a lot of Polish flags flying for this man, another man that is very respected in Ireland. Of course, the man that top qualifying yesterday, Peter Wojciech.
Yeah, the support for him, I mean, people making the travel, the trip, there's people from all over the world deciding to come here to cheer him on, and you know Laurie's brought the fans as well, and a big round of applause there, but not as big as another hometown hero here in Jack Shanahan, who's fighting his way through. It's just been incredible, and the fans' reaction to everybody has been amazing. The support, this is such a magical place.
It certainly is a magical place, and we let Dave Egan go out there and do the hosting for that event. It felt right, you know. Unfortunately, he had a bad weekend this weekend, and we thought, you know what, we're going to let him go out there and hype up the crowd that he knows so well here in Mondello Park. And This is what we're looking at, or this is what the drivers are looking to face this afternoon in top 16. You can see it. It looks pretty simple. It looks like an oval with a little initiation, but Jacob, it is far from that, as we know.
Yeah, it is anything but simple. It is so crazy. So you fire down the straight, grabbing the gears all the way through, and then you get into that initiation, get the car sideways to that first outside zone, then straddle that line all the way through, grab that inside clip and push the car nice and wide to our next outside zone. Then transition, you get a small chance to slow the car down from 150 kilometers an hour around the fourth big sweeping outside zone in front of all the fans, transitioning out to 5, and then another quick time to slow down through this last big outside zone along 2 walls, and then push that car nice and wide, but not onto the grass and across the line.
It seems simple. It is far from that. As you run down that hill, you're looking at the roof of the grandstand right in front of you. That is all you can see. It is almost blind. And as you can see now, scenes down the back and everyone saying good luck. Everyone wishing Peter Vicek good luck, because he now will face off in the first battle of our top 16. Let's take a look, though, at what these guys are battling, who they're battling, sorry, in this afternoon's top 16. This is the battle tree. It's going to be Vicek to take on Olson, Kobalinsky to take on Shanahan, Zacharil Euler, Falvi versus Randall, Connor Shanahan versus McKver, Poytalaakso versus Heinen, and Pashkonsky versus Berserk, Kavier versus Kroll. Heavy hitting battles all the way through. Every battle. We said it in top 32, we say it all the time. They could be final battles.
Yeah, every single one of these drivers had to go to complete war just to get this opportunity to then face off against another driver who's probably on an absolute heater. There was no easy victory when it came to our top 32, and what that means is that top 16 is going to be insane. There is going to be carnage, there's going to be contact, and there is going to be one person standing on that podium a little bit later on happy about their weekend.
Well, we started off the weekend with 41 drivers. We whittled them down to 32, and now we're going to whittle it down to just one winner this weekend here in Mondello Park. Ladies and gentlemen, hold on to your hats, get right to the edge of your seat, because that's all you're going to need. It is time, ladies and gentlemen, for top 16. Well, the stage is set for what could be an unbelievable round of Drift Masters here in Mondello Park. Every year we come back here, we say there can't be more pace carried over the hill, there can't be more door-on-door battles, but there are every year. Every driver steps up the level to another level. They go beyond the level they've ever gone beyond before. And now Vicek sits on the line against a man, a wild card, who has made his way somehow into the top 16. And now he's sitting alongside Peter Vicek saying, well, if I could take down some other big names, I could take you down. He's in an incredible machine. Simon Olson from Norway sits alongside, stares down the track at Peter Vicek, our 99.5 first place qualifier from yesterday. He creeps off the line. Vicek slides off the line in that incredible A90 Supra. Through the gears they come, and Olson will not let Vicek get away as he fires through initiation. Vicek a little understeer, slows the car down, but now picks it back up again. Fires on big angle, gets into the outside zone. He's going to go wide though. He holds on to it. Olson stands on the foot brake and balances that carbon Kevlar S15 right where it needs to be. As now Vicek finds that perfect qualifying line, flames are up from the back of the car as he pushes it across the line.
Yeah, an interesting way to get things kicked off. I mean, Piotr Vincek, who looked so calculated and dialed all the way through, starting to show a few flaws here and there, going a little bit wide in a few spots, and Simon Olson having to do his best to keep up that compression zone. We're going to talk a lot about it. It's so hard on the cars, it's so hard on the drivers, and that G-force slamming them into the side of the vehicle as they try and wrangle everything in to get it through these zones. And there it is, Piotr Vincek on throttle all the way through these transitions, and Simon Olson having to cut some line just to gain that proximity back. And Vincek just able to get the traction down, able to get the speed there, and Simon has to be put on the back foot in order to just get some proximity by the end of the run, but doesn't give up, doesn't falter, does what he needs to do in order to stay in this battle.
Yeah, he certainly does, and Simon Olson keeps himself in it. Look at this, there's beautiful shots from our Phantom slow-mo camera. You see Peter Vicek there right to the outside. You can see when he stands on the throttle, the smoke starting to erupt from the back of that A90 Supra. Well, they're back on the line, ready to rock and roll, and you can see Olson now in that lead position. It's Peter Vicek, absolutely focused, stares down, wants to get the job done and move himself into the top 8. As the car slam into gear, we wait for the green light, and it is time for go. As you can see, Peter Vicek there pedaling the car, trying to get that grip down, doesn't want to let Olson get away, as Olson now works his way through the gears, flicks that car to angle on initiation. And look at this from Vicek, absolutely beautiful, onto the side of that carbon Kevlar S15, as now Vicek goes for it again, a little wobble, and Simon Olson sets himself up for that outside zone. Back across the track they go, back once again as Vicek dives through the smoke, looks for the door, hunting down Simon Olson as he pushes the Norwegian pushing across the line.
Yeah, Simon just really running through this, but it is so difficult when you've got a driver like Piotr Dinsek following in behind you, 99.5 qualifying run. You know he's going to be perfect when he needs to be perfect. Simon Olson with a ton of speed coming through this, chucks that angle all the way out and holds it quite well, although not all the way out to that zone, but Piotr uses that opportunity to get back in. We see the big backfire, that flame coming out of the back of the Supra, and Piotr just completely locked in. As we've talked about before, we don't think these drivers blink at any point in time during these runs, completely on top of Simon Olson as they come through these zones, and Simon just trying to get away from Piotr, who's hunting him down. But Simon, really, really good job in a car that he's only driven a handful of times with an engine package that, I mean, might be familiar, but everything's so different for him. And I mean, even the part, this is right-hand drive. That's not what he's used to.
Yeah, exactly.
So everything is against him in this battle, including a 3-time champion here. So wow, what a great way to kick off here in our top 16.
Yeah, an incredible way to kick off top 16. Peter Vicek doing everything he needed to do in that battle. It was, and Simon Olson says to him, look, that was a good battle, but I don't think I got the win. Start him left for Olson, right for Vicek. Who's going to go through to the top 8? Will it be Poland or Norway? It's going to be Poland. Vicek gets a win and one closer to a step on the podium as Vicek business as usual, but he says a sigh of relief. Olson not an easy competitor.
No, not at all. And hey, maybe this is the opportunity to convince Simon to make the jump over. Who knows? This could be the start of something incredible.
It certainly could be. It'd be good to see Simon Olson in a full season of Drift Masters, that's for sure. He's got the talent and he's got the right mindset. We go back to the line. Jack Shanahan now sits on the line against Pavel Kobalinsky. Kobalinsky getting the win earlier against Kevin Pascolio.
Yeah, both drivers having to battle through just to get to this point, and this is really, really interesting. Another battle of incredible precision versus a bit of a wild man in Jack Shanahan. So how does that pairing meet up? Well, we're going to find out here.
Yeah, we certainly are going to find out here. As Shanahan, look, almost jumps that start line. He can do that. It is legal for him to do as he comes through now, through the gears, down they come. Look at this, Shanahan onto the back bumper already. A big flick from Pavel Kobalinsky. Shanahan opens up the angle, trying to gain some ground back, but he's gone too hard. Takes the whole front end off of the GT86. As Shanahan now, can he manage to get around as Kobalinsky balances that S14 right where it needs to be? Shanahan trying to get himself back into the fight as Kobalinsky takes it to the wall. Shanahan on the door, across the line.
Holy, that, I mean, millimeters away from complete carnage, and that just shows how tight Jack Shanahan needs to be onto Pavel Kobalinsky, because he is an incredibly technical driver, and Jack Shanahan was going to have to pull something out crazy. But right off initiation, Jack is with him, parallel all the way through, but Pavel able to get that speed, able to get that proximity to that outside zone, and there's Jack locked completely in, gets down that gear, and then thinks about grabbing the e-brake, but holds on just for another minute to gain that proximity, and then through that transition, that's where we see a Jack a little bit out of sorts, a little bit deeper on that line, but transitions when he absolutely has to. Wow, that was crazy. Jack was floating way out there, so much speed to gain that proximity, but you can see it not even flinched. Nothing, absolutely nothing. He is just robotic in that. That was a wild run. And then to the rest of this, Jack missing bits and parts of his car, not phased at any point. But Pavel, business as usual, as you say, gets through the rest of the run.
Yeah, he certainly does, and he's completely calculated as Pavel Kobalinsky. You can trust his line driving because we know he's going to push that car to the limit, 110%. You can see the shredded body panels there of Jack's Toyota GT86. Discarded to the side of the track. He's going to scrub the tyres on the front of that car as our start line Marshall Martin and Piotr down there going to rip off the back bumper.
Yeah,
not needed anymore.
It's lucky that is the only damage that was done there, because it was a good impact, but it shows the difference on how close you can be. What, you know, a couple millimeters difference is that between perfection and a little bit of carnage, and even a little bit deeper, that could have been an entire run done.
The judges going back over the replay. They've got a few seconds there while the cars go back to the line, and you can see the judges going back over. So you see Jack Shanahan pull to the line. And it looks like Starline Marshall Martin is just going to give a quick check over the car, make sure there's nothing hanging off of there that could cause any issues. It looks like we need some gaffer tape.
A little bit, yeah. Gaffer tape, speed tape.
Speed tape. I'll get it.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good.
There we go. I told you, he's like a postman.
It is. I mean, he's an artist, really.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look at that.
Look at that.
Accentuate the body lines. It's great. functional, but beautiful.
Like a livery.
Yeah, it could. Oh, man. A Marson livery.
A Marson livery.
We should do that.
Yeah, famous.
Yeah.
Here we go. Thumbs up all around from our drivers. Door slam closed on Shanahan's car. Could we see a little bit of redemption here for Shanahan? Is he going to go for it? Push too hard, maybe, as he comes through the gears down there over the hill, as he flicks that car nice and early to an angle, already lighting the tyres on the back of that GT86. Gets himself set up nicely. Now Kobalinsky goes a little wide, drops wheels over the edge of the track as Shanahan finds the outside zone. Kobalinsky finds the pocket, puts the front bumper right up onto the door. Shanahan bursts through the smoke. Shanahan on the wall as Kobalinsky looks for the door once again, trying to find anything in this one as he goes wheel to wheel across the line.
And Kobalinsky, you could not tell that he took that damage earlier on, and Jack, same thing. They're going for it, absolutely going for it. Jack probably feeling like there might have been an issue as we see his spotter Matt's there with a little bit of concern on his face, but Jack right out there throwing that car as hard as he can, pushing as far out as possible into that outside zone. As he comes through, you can see that transition, but Pavel falls back just a touch and able to get back into the pocket into outside zone 4 and just holds it there. And even through these transitions, does an amazing job as we see Jack feeding that handbrake to get the car out nice and wide, looking for any traction that he can after he releases the handbrake, gets back on throttle, bit of a left foot brake there. Those tiny little corrections, the judges are going to see every single one of it. But at the end of the day, it gets through the run, fills all the zones, grinds the top of the wall, and puts on a big show here for all the Irish fans.
I love the way the spoiler hangs over the wall.
That's on purpose. They've measured that out and went, okay, how tall are the walls here?
Yeah, where are the cones going to be?
Exactly, yeah. Maybe a little titanium at the bottom, get some sparks going. If nothing, he's a showman, that's for sure. You can see there just how much angle these cars are able to get these days, and the driver's using every single bit of it whenever possible.
Well, taken a battering this weekend as Jack Shanahan's Toyota GT86. He throws his hands up and he can't believe what has happened there. And it just comes down to how the judges deem it. Do they deem Jack Shanahan at fault? Didn't look like there was any reason for Pavel Kobalinsky to be at fault, but we aren't the judges, as we say, Jacob.
No, we are not. I mean, that is one small mistake, but I will say Jack's runs were incredible outside of that one thing. That being said, Pavel, just solid. He is one of the best line drivers we have here.
Yeah.
He is incredible with it. It's really like he goes out and drives and the judges kind of go, okay, well, this is where we want you.
Yeah. It's almost like you can use him as a demonstration because his line driving is so good. Here we go. Decisions in from our judges. Slide them left for Kobalinsky, right for Shanahan. It's one vote for Kobalinsky. It's for Kobalinsky getting the win and advancing through. And Shanahan shakes his head. Kobalinsky puts his hands on his cheeks and says, well, I'm not quite sure how that happened, but hey, here we are. Judges, you were saying to me in the headset that it was Jack Shanahan at fault for the incident there.
Yeah, we saw that Pavel was a little bit over-angling at outer zone 3. That means like small slowing because of the angle. However, we still believe that the chaser should be able to adjust his run slightly and not hit the leader in the way how it happened. Because when they turned around, there was a very similar mistake on the other side too, and there was no contact there. And then if we look on the chase runs from outer zone 3 onwards, there is a big difference in those where Pavel was able to be very close, where Jack was not able to.
Thank you very much, David. And yeah, there we go. Jack Shanahan, visibly annoyed with the decision, decided to finish off the tyres, and then the car caught on fire. So,
I mean, hey, he went out with a bang.
He went out with a bang. There we go. There we go. So, yeah, Jack Shanahan at fault. Should have.
Hey, happens.
It happens. We've seen it a lot this weekend. We go back on the line to another heavy hitting battle. It's going to be Marco Zacharil to take on Jarkko Juhla. Marco Zacharil, the higher qualifier, decided to chase. If you're new here to Drift Masters or you haven't watched Top 32 or today or the rest of the season, I suggest you go back to Red Bull TV and watch it all because it's been phenomenal so far. But if you are the higher qualifier, you get to lead or chase first. And a lot of these newer drivers, these younger drivers coming through, they're deciding to mix it up a little bit. They're deciding they want to chase first. But the older generation that we've noticed stick to the normal game plan. Marco Zacharil in this situation has pulled up to the chase line as Jarkko Juhla has asked a question by Marco Zacharil. You lay down that 99-point run. Show me what you've got. Show me your hand. And I'll use all the fresh tyres I've got to put it on your door. We wait to get the light and the thumbs up from our start line Marshall Martin. The shirt's on, the light goes green. They slam into the gears and through the start line as Marco Zacharil works his way through the gears onto the back bumper of the Finnish driver's Toyota Chaser. Fires down into the initiation zone, and Marco Zacharil dials on more angle to avoid any such incident this time. Now works his way into that groove. Look at him, dialed in, onto the door he goes. Left foot braking as Jarkko Euler leads them through the centre of the circuit. Euler up into the wall. Zacharil, strange line on the inside of the circuit, now has to work to get back onto the side of that JZX 100.
Yeah, Jarkko Euler, I mean, very composed all the way through the run. Nice and floaty and just smooth and solid and everything that you want in that lead. And that gave Marco Zacharil such an amazing opportunity to get into the pocket, get into the side of the door all the way through the run. And unfortunately, there was that mistake as he came through that last zone. We'll see how that ends up playing through this entire run as we get that on board. You can see drivers using every element, gas, clutch, brakes, handbrake, shifters, to keep these cars balanced and stable. And through all these zones, we're asking them to do the impossible every time and then to do it again, but behind someone else who's doing the same. It is it's a ridiculous sport. What we ask these drivers to do is absolutely incredible, and they really do make it look easy. Jarkko Euler, incredible run out there, but Marco Zacharil with that small mistake, and we'll have to see how that plays out once they swap things around. Oh, this is an interesting angle. This is our initiation here. Look at picking up the front wheel, just getting that transition going, and you can watch the weight transfer from one side to the other, and that big chaser swinging it around.
Look, our cameraman, Adi, who runs the Phantom Slow-Mo camera, it's just brilliant.
Yeah.
He gets himself into some real positions and situations, and not sure what's happening here. Our start line Marshall Martin signalling to Marco Zacharil, showing him the clock, and then signalling to pull to the line. Zacharil maybe needing the car just cooled down. I think Martin just showing him that there is still time. If you want to come up and get your car called very quickly, you can do it. And yeah, he gets a nod from Zacharil to say, no, we're all good, ready to go. As Jarkko Euler pulls into that chase position. And you can hear the anti-lag already building on Marco Zaccharil's car. He's ready to go. He starts to apply the pressure to the handbrake to get a good launch off the line as Euler breaks through that start line, down through the gears they come, over the hill. Big initiation from both guys. Jarkko Euler not kept in the dark though. Look at this, firing through. The Finnish driver wants this one. It's a beautiful lead and chase so far from both guys as Jarkko Euler starts to put that chase right where it needs to be. A little shy on some of those transitions from Marco Zacharil though, not as deep into the zones we'd like to see, and now Jarkko Euler loses some ground as Zacharil takes it over the line.
Yeah, really interesting. Both drivers struggling in our second very large outside zone, and the judges will be taking a look at that, flipping back and forth to really understand how the whole thing looked. But Marco Zacharil out front, another great lead run from him, completely out to these zones, pushing as hard as he can. Well, Jarkko Euler chasing in behind with that vehicle that is just much bigger, but able to fling things around and just stable while he is chasing Marco Zacharil. So great run here from both drivers, but I really do think it is going to come down to that second large outside zone because both drivers were struggling to keep the car reined in, taking a tighter line to try and gain that proximity before they come through that last zone. So that's a lot of what the judges are going to be looking for, is who is able to keep that proximity, fill that zone, keep that angle in the chase, because both leads were absolutely incredible.
They certainly were, and it was an incredible battle for both these guys. A few mistakes creeping in here and there, but nothing that was...
It's going to happen. And
I think, well, I was just... Sorry again.
No, please.
I just looked across and see the judges deliberating.
Yeah.
And I think that goes to show, if me and you are kind of not sure, and you guys at home aren't sure, then the judges, we're all in this agreement. The judges are still... talking about this one, it's not as clear-cut as we maybe first thought.
It becomes one of those situations when you have two incredible lead runs, it gives all the opportunity. Then you start looking at the chase, and then they start picking it apart and looking for those little moments, and it becomes who has less of those little moments between the two drivers.
Exactly that. There we go. They're both out of the car, looking at the big screen, trying to get that decision. Can the weekend carry on for Marco Zacharil? Will it be all over? Left for Euler, right for Zacharil. It's going to be a one more time. Zacharil over the moon with that. He says yes.
Yeah, and I completely agree.
I agree.
We were splitting hairs. They had those mistakes, but it seems like they balanced each other out.
Exactly that. So those guys going to go back to a one more time battle. Jarkko Euler and Marco Zacharil get to do it again. And he's happy. He's having a good weekend so far. That car being put through his pace as we go back to the start line. It's going to be Oliver Randall to take on Connor Falvi now. Championship implications in this one, because Randall now into the top 16 with James Dean out of competition in top 32. Randall now starting to gain some points away from James Dean, but hot on his heels is going to be Kavier and Laurie Heinen. So Randall is going to want to get this win to try and secure second place a little bit more. before we head to Riga.
Yeah, Connor Falvi is not going to let him, though. It's not going to be an easy run.
Connor Falvi was rookie last year, and he says, I'm not a rookie anymore. You need to stop calling me a rookie. I'm a driver. I'm in this. Ooh, and we got a false start.
Here we go. So this is where the laser beams come into play, which is something I never thought I would say in drifting.
Yeah, laser beams in drifting. So, yeah, I mean, we've got that laser beam across at the front of the start of the lead car. And once that light goes green, the lead driver has 1.5 seconds to break the beam. So we're going to have to see it here. They get the thumbs up both sides, or if they jump it early.
Oh, Falvi just a touch.
Too early.
Just a touch.
Do you know what I think it was? I think he heard Randall and saw Randall at the corner of his eye. And he went, and he went.
Interesting. I mean, not that these drivers are playing games, but every advantage you can take, why not take it?
Well, you only get a couple of strikes. And then you start to, feel the wrath of Drift Masters behind the scenes. Here we go, they get a clean one this time. They come through the gears. It's going to be Connor Falvi to lead out Oliver Randall through the gears. Falvi fires that car in. The carbon Kevlar S15 being put to work this weekend. But look at this from Randall. He's not second in the championship for nothing as Randall, the Estonian, fires onto the rear bumper, the side of that carbon Kevlar S15. As Connor Falvi puts it where it needs to be. There is no shaking Oliver Randall right now. He is turned up to 100. He's feeling good, and he's absolutely bullying Connor Falvi.
Wow. You would have no idea that Oliver Randall was sitting in 15th place last year. This is a driver that looks like he's been battling for championships the entire time, but Connor Falvi driving well above his years, dragging Oliver Randall into deep waters, pushing as far as he can into these zones, and trying to shake Oliver Randall, who will not be shaken through any of it. Look at Connor Falvi through that transition, grabbing that e-brake, getting all the way out to that zone. But look at this transition, that timing from the expert Estonian getting into the pocket. What an incredibly gutsy thing to be able to do. But Connor Falvi will give you that opportunity. He's going to hang the car out. He's very predictable in the lead, and he's going to give you that chance to run his door. And if you don't take it, you're not going home with the win.
Exactly that. Look, Connor Falvi's running such a nice line in that lead position. It's absolutely perfect. Right where he needs to be. Good qualifying runs yesterday from Connor Falvi, 12th place for him. Randall, not so good, down in 28th. So it just goes to show you, Falvi's giving Randall the opportunity for a very good chase, and fair play to Randall because he took all of that opportunity.
Yes, he did. So as they swap this around, Connor Falvi definitely has a spotter in his ear going, you're going to have to take his door off through this entire run. And Oliver Randall will give him that opportunity.
Well, he will do, that's for sure. As they come off the line through the gears, Connor Falvi will feel pumped up. He'll know that he can't let Oliver Randall take an inch here as Randall fires in that yellow E46 BMW. Falvi goes for a big dive down on the inside, backs off a little bit on that transition now, works his way back in to the outside zone. But look at Randall, that car is turned up to 100 as now Falvi shortcuts the circuit ever so slightly to try and get into the side of that E46 BMW. But Randall is up and gone.
Wow, super fast there from Randall. But I think once we stop back, take a look at some of these replays, you're going to see a couple of interesting moments from Oliver Randall in some places that we don't actually talk about too much throughout this run. So on his initiation, watch this dotted line. He's supposed to be straddling that, and he goes just a little bit wide.
Yeah.
So that is an opportunity. Then we see that wheel change there. Now, Randall incredibly fast, but Connor through here actually has a little bit more angle. Now they transition out. Connor's got to make that dive. He's got to get back into this battle. And right there, you can see just how much he's fighting for it, but looks calm throughout the entire thing. But Oliver Randall, who has so much speed and so much aggression through this run, he is watching that points race. He knows he has to take out Connor Falvi, who is trying to cement himself as one of the best drivers to come out of this country in front of his home crowd. Man, what a run.
What a run from both those guys. Connor Falvi, I think he got a little bit surprised there by some of the moves that Oliver Randall was pulling, and it just comes from experience from Oliver Randall, being in the championship for a while. As we see some beautiful shots here on our screen, and look at Oliver Randall.
Yeah, locked
in, absolutely locked in. Well, they're out of the car having a discussion. No one knows what way this is going to go. It looks like the decision is dropping in from our judges. What way is it going to be? Is it going to be left for Falvi, right for Randall? It's one for Falvi. It's Connor Falvi gets the win, advances through to the top 8, and we have to come to you, David Kalas. I'm going to say I counted the Irishman out of that.
At the first glance, it looks that the proximity was better from Oliver Randall. However, everything comes to our briefing, where we were saying that The first corner is very, very important. And here you can see how Oliver is running and pulls handbrake in really bad position, which makes him bobble and puts Falvi away from him. Then Falvi is trying to catch back, but that was caused by Randall's mistake. That's why Conor Falvi was able to go forward, because he gave to Randall better possibility to chase.
Thank you very much, David. So there we go. Look, we was told about this. The first corner was going to be the decider. I didn't see the handbrake, Paul, for Randall, but hey, mistakes happen. Becky's down there on the ground. Becky, it is unbelievable already.
Unbelievable, yes, absolutely, Ian. Connor, a look of relief on your face there as you thought it wasn't going to go your way. Can you tell us what's going through your mind? You're into the top 8.
Oh my God, it's the best feeling ever, to be honest, in front of a home crowd. The atmosphere is just electric, and to be true to another top 8 is absolutely unbelievable.
We've got to talk about that battle that you had with Saito as well. I mean, to drive with one of these legends on this track, what was that like?
Oh, that was unbelievable. I remember watching Daigo here when I was like 6 or 7 years old, so to bat him was really surreal, and it was a good battle. Unfortunately, a couple of mistakes, but I was just glad to get into the top 16.
Well, congratulations, Connor Falvi, and we'll see you in the top 8.
Well, there we go, into the top 8 in front of his home crowd. He must be feeling on top of the moon. Look, I'm not going to lie, I counted Conor Falvi out of that. Yeah, I see the separation, and I was like, but then you pointed out, you know, that dotted white line, the car should have been straddling it. Yeah, I missed that completely. But then neither of us see the handbrake, Paul.
Yeah, and this is why the judges get paid the big bucks, because they spot the stuff that we don't.
They don't get paid. You've just given away a secret. No. Right, back on the start line we go. Let's forget about that. It's going to be McKver versus Conor Shanahan. Now, again, another battle for the ages. These two guys have battled here numerous times. Yeah. It's gone either way numerous times. But right now, this weekend, it matters for both of them. Dwayne McKver down the points at the bottom of the championship. He needs to get himself back up into the fight for 2026. Conor Shanahan, he wants to be the 2025 champion. He wants to be a 2-time Drift Masters champion. This could be the weekend the championship flips for him as he comes through. The gears are down. McKever's on the back bumper of that GT86 and closer than anyone else as McKver goes for the rear wheel. He washes wide but holds on to it. Shanahan fires into the outside zone. McKver deals with it as they both put it right where they need to be. Shanahan now scrubs a little angle, trying to drive away from McKver. As McKver now looks for the side again of that GT86 and parks it on the door across the line.
Oh, man. Dwayne McKver, I swear, has X-ray vision. He was bathing in smoke for so long on that transition, and it just punches through. Knows exactly where Conor Shanahan's going to be. Through the gears, off the line here. Both drivers locked in, completely in sync as they come through this section, doing a great job as they come through. Look at how long Dwayne is in the smoke behind Conor Shanahan. It must have felt like forever, but doesn't care, gets back on it, knows that his fellow countryman is able to get in there, is able to get right to the side of him and push through. This is such a great run here from both these drivers. Oh man, this is what I missed not living in Ireland my entire life. These are the type of battles that you would have seen growing up, and it's crazy that now we're getting it here at Drift Masters. So, oh man, I'm so happy that we get to witness this again at this level now.
It's good to watch it over and over again.
Yeah,
you can never get bored of watching the Irish drivers at their home track going head to head.
They just pull out things and they drive it away. Like, it just elevates everybody, the energy that they get from it. And now that they swap things around, Dwayne knows that he put in a crazy chase. Connor, what is he going to do next?
Well, there was some mistakes from McKver in the chase. We'll just leave that there for now. He's going to have to put down an immaculate lead run, that's for sure, as he slams through the gears. We know Shanahan's got what it takes, and look at this from Shanahan, repaying the favour even closer than McKver on initiation. That didn't even make sense what he just done right there. They both transition. McKver goes for it. Shanahan's onto the back bumper. Shanahan goes for the front wheel. He dials in, shallows up the angle, looks for the transition. He's down the inside. Once again, almost takes the front end off the GT86 as he puts the front wheel to the door. Shanahan pushing McKver over the line.
Holy. Everything to cheer for right now. This crowd is going absolutely nuts, and for all the right reasons. This is insane. Both of these drivers in complete top four, nothing between them on that initiation. Nobody's initiating like that front to back all the way, almost touching bumpers. And the judges are gonna have to change the zones here for these drivers because a spot that is meant to be just in and out, both drivers are able to push all the way through. Second, that outside zone, it's crazy what they're able to accomplish. And then Connor Shanahan, how he is able to hold the car back and wait for the perfect moment to transition should be studied because it doesn't make sense what he's able to do with this car. Punches back to the smoke and there it is. Oh, Dwayne trying to shake him off throughout the entire run, but he will not be stalled at any point in time. Oh, man, it is just wild what they're able to do throughout this entire run. It really is wild.
It's wild.
It's just wild.
And these guys are pushing beyond levels they've pushed before.
Yes, you have to. You have to at this point. Connor needs this to continue on in the championship. His contenders are starting to drop out behind him, but for Dwayne, it's not going to be easy. He will not give up. He's not going to be like, hey, we're friends. I'm going to let you start to run away in the championship. If you're going to want to try to do that, you've got to go through me first.
Exactly that. And Connor will want this. Connor will want another step through, closer to gaining more points. Slide them left for Shanahan, right for McKver. It's one vote for Shanahan. It's going to be Connor Shanahan getting the win, advancing through to the top 8. Dwayne McKver out. And mistakes from McKver.
Just little ones here and there.
Small ones here and there.
But that's
all the judges are saying. They're coming down to splitting hairs. And there we go. It's what it means to the spotters down there. And McKever's team saying, well done, congratulations. We didn't have what it took this weekend.
Yeah, but that's what it's coming down to. Like, these drivers have upped their level so high that it's the small little mistakes that is going to be the difference between winning or losing.
It certainly is. Well, here we go. Back on the line we go. And it's an all-finish affair down there. But it's the old guard versus the new young blood. But
right.
the new young blood that was able to come through and take a Drift Masters Championship. Laurie Heinen warms himself up inside the car as he looks across and sees Juha Poytalaakso to chase him down. Poytalaakso, who qualified in 7th. And Laurie Heinen in 10th.
Yeah,
the higher
close.
Qualifier opt in to chase first.
Interesting. I agree with this call based on how they're driving. We take a look down at the track there. A couple little drip drops there on the track.
A few drops of coolant, I think, I do believe. So our marshals down there on the ground don't miss a thing. They're going to get that cleaned up. I think Laurie Heinen has a lot of respect for Juha Poytalaakso.
Agreed.
You know, he would have seen this man driving many moons ago and said, I wish one day I could do what he does. He did. He turned up, he did what he does, and he won a championship, which Poytalaakso hasn't been able to win a Drift Masters Championship as of yet.
Yeah, but we're seeing a completely new Juha Poytalaakso, and the way that he's setting the car up, he's realized that, like, that craziness that he really became known for a long time might have been holding him back, and really the difference between somebody who is a great driver and a championship driver is knowing how to drive and when. And Juha Poytalaakso now taking some of that grip out of the car, slowing things down just a touch in order to get to all those zones, get the angle and get the style. But when you're up against a Laurie Heinen who's able to drive that car at 10/10 every single lap, you're going to have to add more speed back into it. So I expect to see a quicker Juha who's now very comfortable in that chassis.
Well, he knows he can push 110% against Laurie Heinen as well. He knows that the defending champion has what it takes. He knows he's got a good lead line. He didn't do too well in qualifying yesterday, but he's kind of been refining the setup, refining the car, getting the car ready. And look at this, he's drag racing him down the start line as he goes for the side of the car. Big flick from Heinen as he puts that car at an incredible angle, and it catches Poytalaakso out as he hangs onto the throttle, pushes the throttle further through the floor than he has before, but he goes deep in there and it's smoke from the bonnet. The smoke from the bonnet, and Heinen shuts it down, and Poytalaakso is going to carry on the run, and I think we just see an engine failure from Laurie Heinen.
Oh, wow. We talked about this before. When you are trying to go that fast with that much grip, something has a chance of letting go, and I'm wondering if that is what we just witnessed here from Laurie, who I believe has already taken out one engine this year. This is not good news for him.
Well, here we go. We can watch it from our drone as they fire through. Heinen through an incredible amount of angle at it. Look at this. Fires on the big angle. Catches Poytalaakso out. Stands on the foot brake. And then you can see the smoke come from the bonnet up the windscreen on the transition as he gets into the outside zone. Watch this. He'll transition back. Watch the smoke come from the front of the car. Ready? Boom.
Oh, that is not where you want.
Front wheel, the whole lot. The whole business. And I feel we've got an engine failure there. Look at that door open already.
Yeah, and our track staff taking a look for it. Oh man, that is just absolutely gutted for Laurie.
But he's got a camera in there, so hopefully he'll have good footage of it.
Yeah.
Well, it looks like it could be weekend over for our defending champion down there. Becky's with him. Becky, what's happened to the car? What's going on? Is it all over?
Ian, I just asked the question and I'm going to let Lowry deliver the news because it is not the news that we wanted. Guys, Lowry, what have you just seen?
I think there's an extra hole in the NASCAR now.
Oh, that is absolutely not what we wanted to hear. Did you feel it go as you were going around out of zone 4?
No, it was a little bit kind of an oil smell in the burnout box, but I thought it was just like from Juha's car or something. And yeah, no warning, just boom.
Larry, we're absolutely horrified for you, but we'll see you at the next round. We hope you get it fixed. We know you've got a great amount of support with the Finnish fans, so we'll see you next round, and we're very sorry about this.
Thank you.
Well, there we go. An extra hole in a cylinder block. It's not all we need to see, and that means terminal engine failure. Unfortunately for Laurie Heinen, means he's out of competition, and that means that we will have to make it official that Juha Poytalaakso will get the win and advance through to the top 8.
Absolutely gutted for him. I mean, these are the things when you're running an engine like this. It's incredible. It sounds amazing, but this is the risk that you take.
Yeah, there we go. We make it official, and Juha Poytalaakso will get the win unanimously and move through to our top grade 8. Sorry. And now we have a few brief moments to get that car removed off track. You can see down back on the start line. Jarkko Juhla ready for business in a one more time battle between him and Marco Zacharil. So there we go, we're going to get that car recovered.
Yeah, and hopefully we're not looking at a big spill of any kind. I'm not seeing anything right now, but
no, it's a dry sump engine.
Oh, okay. So it's just it's not gonna break the same way that a normal wet sump does.
It's still in gear.
Yeah.
So there we go. Laurie's gonna get that car recovered off track. Now,
yes,
championship.
Yeah. So this is.
Let's just have a. I'm not good with numbers. That's why we brought you in.
Okay. I'm gonna do my best here.
They told me you were good with abacus. So
yeah, I'm gonna have to blow the dust off it. But let's try.
Right,
this.
Hey, look, let's have a quick think about the championship. Right, Randall's out. Falvi took Randall out. Dwayne McKever's out.
Right.
Laurie Heinen is out. Connor Shanahan is through. Kavier is still yet to battle in his top 16. If you're a fan of Aero, don't look right now.
No.
Just squint your eyes and pretend it's not happening.
Yeah.
If Kavier makes it through to the final 4, I'd say, he could leapfrog a few drivers this weekend.
Yeah, I completely agree.
And it's not unattainable. He was on the podium just a couple of weeks ago in Finland.
Yep.
He's on form. He's feeling good. He might be grumpy sometimes.
It's when he drives the best, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is massive championship implications here as we see Laurie Heinen's car get onto that. That right there, not that any driver is excited when they see a driver have a failure like that, but for Connor Shanahan, this is huge. This is going to be potentially a pretty big points gap that he's able to pull out here. But it will come down to Tony Kavier, who is at the bottom right now of that side of the bracket. So as we move through this, we'll keep you up to date. And this could get very spicy for the entire championship.
I would like to see a massive flip with the championship before Riga.
We'll see.
Just saying.
We'll see. But, I mean, being in front, being at the lead of those championship points, that is a lot of pressure, and it's not always the spot you want to be in. You have a lot of motivation to fight back.
Exactly. Well, here we go. We're back on the line. A one more time battle between Jarkko Juhla and Marco Zacharil. As Marco Zacharil, once again, the high qualifier, opting to chase first. We'll get back to the championship when we start getting into the top 8 and the final 4, because it could make a massive difference by the end of this weekend. Here we go. Off the line, Marco Zaccharil's chased down Jarkko Juhla. Finland versus the Czech Republic right now as Jarkko Juhla fires in the big Jason X100. Look at this from Zacharil, though. Found a little bit more grip in the car, a little bit more pressure, a little bit more power as he unleashes it, dives across, but he's out of formation, now gets himself back into it. Jarkko Juhla puts on a beautiful lead line at the moment, on throttle nice and early in the outside zone. Zacharil dials on the angle, looks for the side, and that JZX across the line.
Yeah, Zacharil, I mean, cleaning up the mistake when he had on the second big outside zone, but has a bit of a wobble there in the first big outside zone, and kind of just trading places with those mistakes. But Jarkko Jula out front again, just really laying down this solid lead run. And I think both drivers are trying to figure out the pace of the other driver. They're gripped up heavily, but it's being able to rein that in and keep that car on pace and into the side of the car in front of you. And when you have to try and fight back and figure out what you need to do, the more implementations that you use in the car, the more times you're grabbing the handbrake or left foot brake or clutch or anything, the more likely you are to make a mistake. And we see a few of those, but Jarkko Jula out front, completely solid. He makes that chaser look like it weighs significantly less than it actually does. He's so nimble in it. It's very nimble.
It's very light.
Yeah. But it shouldn't be, considering how big that car is.
It's tiny when you take all the panels off. It's like a BMW compact.
Ah, underneath, huh? That's a secret. All those bendy zones to
Don't
get to
tell
the
anyone.
I won't.
No.
Secret's mine. No, I won't tell anybody.
There we go. Put it back up to the line. Zacharil needs a little bit of fresh air through the front end of that BMW 2 Series now with that Volkswagen 4-cylinder power plant, which...
Could it be the future?
I mean, it's working flawlessly for him.
Yeah, it really is. And it's interesting.
While touching wood. Here we go, they're on the line, green light ready to go, and it's Zacharil to lead out Jarkko Jula as they fire through the gears. Zacharil needs a nice clean lead line here. Look at that, fires that BMW to angle, puts his foot to floor, now starts to drive away. Jarkko Jula deals with it, matches the angle, now tries to gain some lost ground in that outside zone as Jarkko Jula puts the front end of that JZX 100 right up in Marco Zacharil's business. They get into that second to last outside zone towards the wall as Marco Zacharil drags them across the line.
What was exciting and crazy during even top 32 has now become commonplace for all these drivers. The experience that they're getting every single lap, and Marco Zacharil shows that here. Gets that car to angle so quick, and then gets through that inside clip incredibly well, pushes it out to that outside zone, and making no corrections through there. A small decel as he comes to that outside zone, while Jarkko Jula trying to figure out that pace once again. Both drivers are very, very quick, but they're trying to figure out how quick they need to be against their competition, and we see that in the chase as Marco Zacharil getting that car flung out all the way. The way that car moves around and the point that it pivots on is so interesting because of the lack of weight in the front end.
Yeah, it looks almost too snappy, but it looks balanced at the same time.
Yeah.
It looks like it's easy to transition,
but catches.
But it catches.
Yeah.
Where most cars that do that, they look like they're sketchy. They're unbalanced.
It's so quick but smooth at the same time. Look at that.
I love the reactions from the spotters tower because they're standing alongside each other while talking to their driver, saying, "You need to do this. He did this." So there we go. They're both out of the car, both smiling, both happy. Czech Republic or Finland, who's going to take it through to the top 8? Yeah, the judges' deliberation goes on.
They're going back and they are taking a look at every single zone right now as these two incredible drivers, big smiles because they're excited to be here. So let's take a look. So Marco Zacharil up front. Maybe they were looking at Jarkko Jula and how he was in the chaser a little bit more on the inside. I really do think it comes to that outside zone, whereas it was the other big outside zone previously where the drivers were a bit. Making some corrections. I wouldn't even say mistakes, just big corrections to keep the proximity. So, and there we go with the international hand signs and drifting. Again, it doesn't matter what language you speak.
It doesn't matter where you go in the world, you see that.
You speak drifting with your hands.
With your hands, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, man. Both these drivers need to be incredibly proud of what they're putting on here today and even throughout this season. And it's a little bit gutting to know that one of them is not going to move on because they both have put on an incredible show here in top 16.
Yeah, it certainly will be. And Marco, the judge is still looking through replay, still looking back at the initiation from either driver, and you can see it's going to mean a lot to both of these drivers. I think Marco Zacharil, he's had a good weekend so far, probably one of the best weekends he's had at Drift Masters for a number of years, and he'll be hoping that weekend carries on. You can see the smile on his face, but Jarkko Jula nothing more to make it through to the top 8 here in Mondello Park. And look, the judge is discussing it still, looking at where the position of the cars are, and I think it's that second inside zone. Remember what David Kalas said. It's all about that first corner.
Yeah, and even that line there where they want the drivers to come through, because of the speed that they're getting, it can be very difficult to hold the car back through that section. But judge is incredibly smart. Lay out this track in a way that is supposed to hold that momentum all the way through as we get the big smiles and the judge's decision coming up.
Well, here we go. Slide him left for Zacharil, right for Jarkko Jula. It's one vote for Zacharil. It's going to be Marco Zacharil getting the win, but it's a split judging decision. Mateus Judges thought that Jarkko Jula got it, and we're going to let that one settle. They're still arguing about it now, the judges. Marco Zacharil gets the win. Czech Republic go through to the top 8, and you can see what it means to him as he revs the car and waves to the crowd. Look, he's so happy, fist bumping the cameraman. As I said, this is probably one of the best results that Zacharil has had now for a number of years here at Drift Masters, and it took that engine change to make the change in the car.
Something different to get things going, and he's going to move on into a battle that's going to be really interesting for him. But before we get to that, Kevin Passer, Jakub Pashkonsky, this is going to be exciting. Both of them punching so hard in their previous battles.
Yeah, they certainly are. Look, Kevin Passer said to me that you know, round 2 was very good in Spain. It had an incredible result. He'd love to replicate that. He took down James Dean. The confidence is through the roof. What can he do here against a man that's line driving is unbelievable? Well, Kuba Pashkonsky comes off the line in that GR86 through the gears as Kevin Passer, the Estonian, hunts him down. He flicks that car from left to right as they fire over the hill down into initiation. And it's a beautiful lead line, but it's a little wide for Pashkonsky as he puts the rear wheels now into the outside zone. There's no shaking Passer though. The Estonian can't be shaken as they fire through the middle of the circuit. Passer goes for the dive once again, down on the door. He knows how good Pashkonsky is. He knows he can trust that lead line, and he trusts him the whole way.
Kevin Passer, every time you put him in a battle against an incredible driver, he just finds another way. He steps up every single time. We're seeing that here against Kuba Pashkonsky, who had so much speed coming through the gate, coming over this hill, and does go that little bit wide, but Kevin Passer stays with him throughout the entire thing. You can see there that dotted line, the drivers having to straddle that with their front wheels, and then Kuba having to throw a ton of extra angle, getting maybe not quite as deep through that inside clip, and you can see just a little bit offline there, but does not shake Kevin Passer, who takes that opportunity, drives the correct line behind him, kind of showing him this is where you should be, and then pushes through. But those little mistakes, I mean, these are things that might have been glossed over earlier on, but right now, at this time, in these battles, you cannot be making any mistake if you want to be going on even into the top 8 or to win this event. But Kuba Pashkonsky isn't phased even by that mistake, gets all the way through. Kevin Passer directly with him all the way, almost close enough he could reach out and open the door.
Yeah, certainly so. And Pashkonsky there in the car pulls back up to the start line, and he would have been on the radio to the Spas as our start line marshal master. Just shows them both the clock there to say, you're in time, it's all good, ready to go. And there we go, the clock down as Passer pulls into that lead position. Pashkonsky ready to rock and roll, starts to creep off the line already. We get the green light as Kevin Passer's bumper pops up. Tyres are light already as they fire through the gears. And look at this from Kevin Passer, he's absolutely up and gone. This man has turned that car up to 250. Pashkonsky goes wide, he goes wide again. He's trying to keep up with the Estonian driver. Pashkonsky on the inside of the circuit. Kevin Passer's car is like a rocket ship right now as he fires around Mondello Park. Puts that car into the outside zone. Pashkonsky gets the shortcut, tries to tag the door and gets lost once again.
Holy Kevin, I mean, Kevin Passer, where did you come from? Where is all this coming from?
He's put the afterburners on.
This is crazy. He's picking up speed in places that you should be decelling, and he's just able to get it. Look, it gets that line absolutely perfect, really showing Kuba what needs to happen. And Kuba, again, I mean, Kuba just getting gapped here, has to just fight to get back into the battle. But at that point in time, Kevin Passer is in a completely different country. He's just absolutely ripping through these runs, but Kuba able to try and get that fight back to him at least by the end of the run. Kevin Passer, what did they put in your cereal this morning? This is wild. Stepping up, like absolutely stepping up.
The tag on the door for Pashkonsky is almost to say, I'm still here, but I haven't been here for most of the run.
Yeah, it's just trying to get back into it and put an exclamation point.
You know what, for me, Passer is firing around at this speed, but the qualifying line, the lead line is absolutely phenomenal.
It's great, yeah. Yeah, no.
It's like, again?
Yeah, come on, man.
You're ruining my bodywork.
Oh, man. But yeah, Kevin Passer, though, he gapped 2 legends.
Yeah.
2 legends of the sport immediately.
In a heartbeat.
Yeah, like it was nothing.
Well, here we go. They're out of the car, and you can see Pashkonsky. I think Pashkonsky knows the way this is going to go. Maybe, maybe not. Left for Pashkonsky, right for Passer. It's 1 vote for Passer. It's Kevin Passer getting the win and advancing through to the top 8. And Passer is business as usual as he gets himself back into the car. Just the amount of pace he is pulling from every other driver is phenomenal.
It's not even that, though. It's like a careless pace. It's just so fast, but like you couldn't tell. Like yeah. He's just calm the whole time.
Well, here we go. Becky's down there with him. Becky, how is that car so fast, or what did Kevin Passer have for breakfast?
Kevin, congratulations on the win there. But we've got to talk about this car. This thing is on rails and an absolute rocket ship. Have you changed anything coming to Mondello this weekend?
I changed a little bit my mindset.
Okay, so it's in your mindset that you've made a bit of a change. You know, can you tell us from your point of view what that battle was like for you? Because you absolutely had him off the line. And before that, obviously, we saw you take down James Dean in a very similar way.
Yeah, I knew that Kuba is driving a really good lead. So in the chase position, I knew that I can push from the beginning. So good lead means a good chase, right? And if I'm leading, I'm always putting all in, no matter what. Same was with James. And with James, I was praying myself that I can fit into this corner, and I figured it out somehow.
Well, congratulations, and we'll see you in the top 8.
Thank you.
There we go. The only thing he changed was his mindset.
Yeah, I think he's just not afraid to drive that car at its full potential.
And do you know what? I think that's it. I think he's just driving beyond what he's driven before.
That's it. He's unlocked another level at this point. If he's like this...
He's got a cheat code somewhere.
Something. Man, check his car.
Check his car. Check his brain. Someone plug in.
Yeah.
Download the files.
Performance-enhancing confidence is what it is.
Well, we go back on the line. We go for the final battle of our top 16. It's going to be Torani Kavier take on Jakob Kroll, and another man that's been coming around this circuit this weekend at an incredible speed has been Torani Kavier. What can Kavier do against a very sturdy Jakob Kroll, as we see the start line flash there? And I think that Jakob Kroll just jumped the start line ever so slightly, and we weren't ready to rock and roll. So I'm going to reset these guys, get them ready to go.
Yeah, I see Torani Kavier, just a quick little wheel spin there, make sure there's no marbles attached. Just lock them into gear.
Well, here we go. It looks like we have got these guys ready to go now. Start line marshal ready. The light goes green. They're through the gears. Kavier opting to chase the higher qualifier down, the lower qualifier down as they fire through. Jakob Kroll puts that car where it needs to be. Kavier wheel on the dirt as they transition back. Kavier goes for a huge transition, looks for the back bumper and a carbon Kevlar S14.9. They transition back once again as Kavier is there all over the business. How does he make it work? Jakob Kroll's on an absolute heater out front, but you cannot move or lose the Norwegian sledgehammer.
Oh man, I'm trying to wrap my head around what just happened there. The speed and the transition that both of those drivers just went through. Torani Kavier absolutely on a heater. Jakob Kroll, though, giving him all the speed. Just come with me. Let's do this. Let's go for it. This is such a great head-to-head battle. Look at Jakob Kroll, all that speed and confidence, compressing that car out. And then Torani Kavier, as he comes through, grabbing that next set of gears. And there he is in that transition. That is such a high-speed place to be able to transition that deep. That means he's got more speed. He's able to dive in and keep more momentum than Jakob Kroll, who's completely firing through this track. And then right there, Torani Kavier punches back through that smoke, scrubs a bit of angle back out to get into the side of Jakob Kroll, who's just laying down a textbook lead line through this. Oh my gosh, just another finals battle that we get to see here. This is nuts. People wait a lifetime to see battles like this, and we're getting them every single run.
Every battle.
This is wild. Look at the amount of smoke coming off of Jakob Kroll. That is incredible what he is doing with that car, and Torani Kavier not shook for a second.
It's the way that Torani Kavier was able to position that car through the transitions, through the smoke. That was the most impressive part.
And at that speed. There are drivers who can transition like that later on the track when things slow down, but Torani Kavier is doing it in the fastest transition on the track. This is before they get an opportunity to even slow down, and he's still picking up pace as he goes to the back of the paddock again.
Yeah, let's the car cool down. He's going to have to pull into the lead position. Did you see what he did? Tighten the belts. That means he's going to go faster.
Yeah. Oh, no. Oh, man. Okay, everybody get ready for the splash zone here, because Torani Kavier is either going to throw something down that no one has ever done, or we're going to be picking gravel out of these fancy teams.
Exactly that. So we've got two clocks, as you see there, one at the back end of the grid, one at the front end of the grid, and Kavier has to enter that burnout box and pull towards the line within that allotted time, and he manages to do that and get there after letting the car cool down for a few seconds at the back end of the grid. He now pulls into the lead position as Kavier pulls up, ready to battle Jakob Kroll, the Polishman, ready to chase down. But can he hang with the pace and the speed with the Norwegian? The light goes green, they slam through the gears. Kavier to lead out Kroll as they come over the hill through the gears. A big early flick from Kavier as he puts that car right to where it needs to be. And look at the lead line, look at the smoke, and it throws Kroll right off the edge of the circuit. Kroll can't hang with the pace of Kavier as he gets himself back into the fight, but Kavier is already starting to pull away once again as he fires onto the wall. Jakob Kroll cutting the circuit to keep with the Norwegian as they go wheel to wheel across the line.
This is textbook, dragging that chase drive driver into deep water. This is a game of chicken as they come through that initiation. Can you hang with what I'm about to throw down? There's only one spot on this entire run that I could have any criticism to Torne Kavier, and I'm not even going to say it. I'm just going to gloss over it. Torne Kavier all the way through this. Jakob Kroll keeping that pace, hucks it in. Look at this. Torne Kavier just right out. You see a chunk of rubber flying off it as Tor gets all the way out, having that steering almost locked as the weight of the car holds him at angle coming through, and then transitions out. But there, Jakob Kroll has no choice but to just bathe in smoke for what feels like an eternity, then gets that transition, does get back into the pace here, but as he gets back into the grip, Torne Kavier already launching back out and putting on that assault to the next transition. So that is absolutely wild in what we saw there. Torne Kavier really taking Jakob Kroll all the way to the edge of the track.
It was, you know, when your mum used to say, would your friend jump off a cliff? Would you follow him?
That's what that was.
Kavier just did. Kavier
Yeah.
went, you think you're fast? See how fast you are. Look, you follow me. Watch this. And he led Kroll into a mistake.
But Tor pulled out of it at the last second.
Unbelievable driving from the Norwegian. Here we go, slide him left for Kroll, right for Kavier. It's one vote for Kavier. It's Torne Kavier getting the win, advancing through to the top 8, and he fulfills the last spot, and judges just quickly coming over my headset saying to me, it's 3 wheels off there for Kroll on that outside zone, and Kavier led him down the path.
This is the thing at this point. Every driver is just trying to find the absolute limit of physics at this point. So for Torne Kavier, he's riding that line, and if he continues to do it, he's going to be great. But one misstep at any moment, and it is going to go completely sideways and not in the way he was hoping for.
I mean, yeah, exactly that. Sideways, but not in a good way. Well, let's take a look at what our top 8 heat tree looks like now after we lost some of those competitors. Well, this is it. It's going to be Peter Wojciech to take on Paweł Kobalinsky. 2 Polish legends go head-to-head. Then it's going to be Zacharil Falvi, Shanahan Connor versus Juha Poytalaakso, and Torne Kavier to take on Kevin Purser.
That last battle in the top 8 here, we have 2 drivers at the complete limit of speed at this point. I don't think you can get any faster going head-to-head. That part of top 8 is going to be wild, but every battle through here means just so much to both the championship, but even the individual pride that these drivers have at the level of that these athletes are.
I have no idea who is going to be in the final 4.
No.
I have no idea who's going to step on top of the podium. All I know is there are only 2 Irishmen left in the competition right now as it stands. Who is going to stand on top of the podium? Well, there's only one way to find out, and that's to keep moving through competition. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our top 8. Well, as we start to whittle them down further and further, we lose less and less countries and less big-name drivers. But now we have 2 heavy hitters on the line, 2 big names in Polish drifting. Paweł Kobalinsky, renowned for that line driving, that style, that flair, that impeccable style that you can follow flawlessly. And then on the other hand, we have the craziness of Peter Wojciech, a man that can also drive perfectly to line, perfectly with style, but sometimes throws it all out there with a little bit of danger. He's opted to lead first. As Peter Wojciech, the highest qualifier of round 4 here in Ireland, leads out Paweł Kobalinsky, and Kobalinsky will know what he needs to do, and he does it already as he jumps onto the back bumper of the A90 Supra. And look at the pace from Peter Wojciech as he puts that car right it needs to be. It looked like he was going to completely fall off track, but he held on to it. Kobalinsky holding on right now as they fire into the wall section. I don't think that Peter Wojciech has come off the throttle from the moment he left the start line. This is unbelievable.
Both of us gasped. Both of us thought that was the weekend for Piotr Vincek, who had an incredible amount of speed and looked like he was about to go completely off into the grass and into the stands at some point. But look at that snap to angle.
Wow.
And Paweł Kobalinsky able to hang with him throughout this entire thing. Tons of angle, but Paweł fighting through the smoke the entire time, punches through and realizes where Piotr Vincek is, who's throwing a ton of angle. I don't think he slowed down for that zone. I don't think so. It's supposed to be a decel. You're supposed to slow the car down. He is one handbrake
that whole run.
It Piotr Vincek, who's just all throttle, somehow finds a way to slow a car down while on throttle. Makes no sense to me, but Paweł Kobalinsky doesn't let him get away through this section, gets back on the door, and look at Piotr. What I'm wondering, though, is does Piotr Vincek have any tire left on that car when he gets into the chase? That is going to be the question, because what he threw down was absolutely nuts, and Pavel able to hang with them. It is going to be really interesting here, but if there's going to be someone who can find a way to get every last tread, it is going to be Piotr Vincek, who has calculated, that team has put down the math and went, you can still do this. This is going to be wild.
This is certainly going to be wild, that's for sure. Wycheck just laid down a run that I don't think I've seen anyone else do here at Mondello Park, and that is touch the handbrake, 1 in a full run. That was unbelievable. Well, they're back on the start line, ready to go. Has he got enough tyre on the car, as you alluded to there, Jacob? Well, he now sits in that chase position. Cars getting hot on the line. We're hearing word from our silo Marshall Martin that both the cars are maybe getting a little hot there, needing a little cool down. As Pavel Kobalinsky now asked the question by Peter Wycheck, what have you got in that lead position? So we're going to call Pavel Kobalinsky up to the line. He gets himself into position, and Peter Wycheck gives the thumbs up to our starline Marshall Martin, saying, I'm good to go. The car is cool, we are ready for action. And he's on the radio to the spotter as he looks down. That laser focus, that look in his eye is unbelievable.
It's unreal. I mean, it's melting wallpaper right now. It's crazy.
He's taking the paint off the back bumper of Kobalinsky's car if it was still there, that's for sure. Match the angle, match the speed, and matches the proximity as they come down the hill for initiation. Firing through. Kobalinsky goes right to the edge of the circuit, but look at this from Wycheck. He's right there with him. No mistakes so far as Wycheck looks for the rear wheel of that Nissan 206. He goes for an early transition. He's going to pop through the smoke, and he does as they both go to the wall, onto the second wall, wheel to wheel across the line. Wow!
Holy Montello, are you not entertained? This is crazy. This is just another almost perfect run all the way through it, and both drivers just clinging on for dear life through every single run. Pavel Kobalinsky knowing he's got to throw really big. Look at that, lifting the tire again through that compression zone and gets that car all the way out. It's a mirror of what we saw from Piotr Vincek when he was in the lead, and there he is hunting him down all the way through. Another amazing transition as they dive into this massive outside zone. Tires completely, and the fans, I mean, gasping. We gas, everybody gas. You have no idea if they're going to make it through on perfection or bin the entire car and end their weekend. But Piotr Vincek hunting down Pavel Kobalinsky, who's just laying down another surgical run in the lead. This line expert not giving an inch anywhere on this track.
And there's only one downside to that.
What's that?
He opened the door for Piotr Wycheck to absolutely chase him down 110%. Decisions in. It's been easy for the judges. Left for Wycheck, right for Kobalinsky. It's one vote for Wycheck. It's Piotr Wycheck gets the win and advances through to the final 4. Two Polish heavy hitters.
If you're going to go out, that's how you go out.
That's how you go out.
That's how you go out. Pavel Kobalinsky, I mean, an absolute legend. And just, man, what a battle.
Yeah, unbelievable battle. Becky's down there with Piotr. He must feel amazing. The car is working 100%. He qualified first. This could be the dream weekend for Peter here in Ireland.
Big smiles all around for Peter Viensek. That was an incredible show. I mean, the guys are talking in the tower about only using the handbrake once during that run. Can you confirm this for us?
I don't know what happened, to be honest. I tried my best. I know that it was a lot of effort because I know how good the driver Pavel is, especially this season. I tried my best, and it was worth it. It was enough in the end. Eventually, I'm super happy, especially here in this place, in front of such a crowd. Again, thank you guys for coming. Thank you for cheering up, and simply have fun. Enjoy the show.
All right, Peter, congratulations, and hopefully we'll see you very soon. Guys, back to you.
Thanks, Becky. Yeah,
He just blacks out. That's it.
I don't know what happened.
That's crazy. It's crazy. He's a crazy man.
He's a crazy guy. Yeah.
Yeah. He just goes in and drives. That's what it is. Instinct takes over.
Well, I mean, it's certainly taken over this weekend because what he's doing is working. So don't change a thing. Here we go. Back on the line we go. Marco Zacharil to chase down Connor Falvi. Zacharil, once again, that higher qualifier, opting to chase first. It's been working for him so far. Can it work against Connor Falvi? Well, he'll have every Irish fan in the grandstand and around Mondello Park cheering for him. As I say, 2 Irish drivers left in competition as it stands. Zacharil will sit on the line, the unknown entity in Connor Falvi.
Yeah, this is really interesting. You can only have so many notes, but when it comes down to the battle, it's just throw the notes away and just send it.
Well, there we go. The spotters would have been watching Connor Falvi, and they would have been relaying that information to Zacharil, and they know what Falvi's got. Look at this, Falvi opens up a nice initiation right to the edge of the circuit, and look at that from Zacharil. He trusted it, lent that car onto the S15 as they fire into this outside zone 4. Zacharil on the inside though, as Falvi fulfills a beautiful outside line, flicks that car across the circuit. Zacharil takes a back bumper off of Falvi's S15, but Falvi's unfazed, puts the car to the wall, puts it to the second wall, looks for the finish line, and across the line he goes.
Every lead run right now is just perfection after perfection, and it's coming down to who has the nerve to get into the chase and try something and get the proximity nobody else is. And I mean, Marco Zacharil is getting so close to Connor Falvi at the fastest part of this entire track. I look at what, how do you see anything? What do you do in that? You're driving by Braille the entire time, kind of feeling it out and trying to see, is there an Irishman in front of me? Can I knock on his door? Can I get in there? And look at this transition, man. It is just inhuman what they're doing. Connor Falvi just giving him every opportunity. An incredible lead run. I mean, if that was in qualifying right now, he might be a top qualifier at any event at this point. Connor Falvi just stepping up every single time, and every lap he puts down, he gets better. But Marco Zacharil says, not today, young man. I'm going to show you what it's like to chase. We get this beautiful shot of that bumper, barely hanging on for dear life.
Yeah, well, there we go. Connor Falvi's runs are getting better and better across the weekend. You know, he struggled a little bit with, qualifying yesterday, and that first qualifying run wasn't really feeling it. You could see that emotion in the paddock, and then the second run kind of, took a breath, took a step back, reevaluated what everyone else was doing, and said, yeah, you know what, I can do it. And from then on, he's been pushing himself harder and harder every single run off the track as the bumpers removed from the back end of that carbon Kevlar Drift Games S15. Falvi now, I feel, and I put it out there, a bit of a bold statement, he needs to up his chase game.
Yeah, I
think he needs to now push a little bit harder than what he's pushed earlier in competition. He's been good, he's been consistent, he's got an incredible lead line. Now we need to see some aggression come through this young 17-year-old driver. We need to see him push on the door, because Zacharil will be aggressive. He's going to go for it here. He is the higher qualifier. He knows he's got a good lead line. Falvi needs to trust him and push onto it and get the green light ready to go through the gears. Over the hill they come. Falvi leads to jump on the back bumper, and he's going to go for a strange initiation. He's not as close as Zacharil. Now he needs to start working, and Zacharil puts that car where it needs to be. Oh, wow! Falvi goes for it, takes a dose of medicine and puts it to the door as they now fire through that outside zone. Falvi going to be looking to come down the inside. He goes for that dive, but look at Zacharil. He's a man possessed right now as he puts the back end to the wall. And again, Falvi has no answer across the line.
Oh, man. I mean, Marco Zacharil just started off the gate really, really hot, and Connor Falvi starts to roll right off the top. Almost not playing games, but just wants to make sure he can get as much as he could. But Marco Zacharil able to get that drag race done, gets so far ahead of Connor Falvi, who then has to take this massive initiation and then cut a little bit to get back into the pocket of Marco Zacharil, who's just able to fill these zones. Look at him, hand hovered over the e-brake, wanting to see, do I need to make any sort of correction? But he doesn't. Connor Falvi in the chase, having to cut some spots and make these dives to get back into the side of the door of Zacharil, who is on a complete heater through this run. And this is, I mean, that almost the mirror of Marco Zacharil is kind of hinting, let's get in here, tapping the door. I mean, if these drivers could tap the door, if they were allowed to reach out and do it, you know they'd be doing it the entire time, because these might be the best drivers in the world, but at the end of the day, they still drive and party like they just started drifting. It's that mentality of like, I'm here to bang doors with my friends. Everybody here is doing that. They're just doing it with 1,000 horsepower on crazy tires in front of thousands of people.
Sounds awesome.
It's amazing.
I couldn't think of a better thing to do.
Ah, man.
Well, here we go. Guys out of the car down there, ready to receive the decision. And Falvi and Zacharil ready to find out who's going to take it through to the final four. Zacharil will want this to be the dream weekend. Can he make it happen? Here we go. Decisions inside him. Left for Zacharil, right for Connor Falvi. One vote for Marco Zacharil. It's Marco Zacharil getting the win and advancing through to the final four. We say goodbye to Connor Falvi. But I tell you what now, as that guy progresses through competition over the course of this year, he is gaining momentum, the line driving. He just needs that more aggression.
Yeah, and it will happen. It will come with time. He will get angry one day, and we will see that next part of Connor Falvi. But Marco Zacharil now having to face Piotr Vincent. This is crazy how this is stacking up for our podium already. We are in for some wildness.
Well, first and fourth place qualifier in the final four at the moment. We now go to the other side of our top 8 bracket. and we see the next battle on the line, which is going to be another spectacular one. Look at what it means for Marco Zacharil, a man that has struggled, we say it, for many years here at Drift Masters.
Not anymore.
Now starting to get redemption. Here we go, we're back on the line. Connor Shanahan to lead out Juha Poytalaakso, the higher qualifying, deciding to lead first, and some nerves setting in now for Shanahan as he sits in that 2JZ Toyota GT86. The man leading the championship at the moment gets the signal from our Starlight Marshal, are you ready to go? And we get thumbs up and a fist from Juha Poytalaakso. The Finnish driver puts the anti-lag on and starts to creep across the line as the light goes green. Shanahan to lead out Poytalaakso for a spot in the top 4 away. Who's it going to be? And an early initiation from Shanahan as he locks up the front brake, puts that car right where it needs to be. Poytalaakso goes wide, drops wheels off the edge of the track. As Shanahan finds his way into this long outside zone, starts to smoke out the Finnish driver. As Shanahan transitions, Poytalaakso needs to get himself into the fight. He goes for a big dive, but his wheels off the edge of the circuit once again as Shanahan drags him across the line.
Yeah, Connor laying down just what we expect all week, and what we see is the Shanahan fans going absolutely nuts right now, and for a good reason. It's Connor right out of the gate, over this hill, over the line. Look at this, Connor lifting that wheel, just tiptoeing as he comes through that outside zone, but Juha going deep through that zone, but does an amazing job to adapt and get back into the fight without making it look desperate. Cuts a bit of that line, knowing just how fast Connor Shanahan is and how comfortable he is through this entire run. Look at this, sets that car up, gets it out to the wall, and then just pins it as he comes through that outside zone. While Juha Poytalaakso having to pick up the scraps and pieces of what's left of that chase run. But I do like that spot right there. He goes a little bit deeper, but kind of a classic chase there, just offsetting
on the rear wheel,
on the rear wheel. And Juha making sure that the last thing that judges see when he's chasing is at least his wheel on the side of Connor Shanahan.
There we go.
Real artsy with these camera shots now.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, our slow-mo cameraman Addy down there getting in the grass. He's everywhere.
He's absolutely everywhere.
You can't control him. There's no controlling him.
I don't want to. I want to let him just go. let him run
be
wild.
artistic.
Oh, man. These drivers are absolutely crushing. Juha Poytalaakso taking that time to cool off the car.
Yeah.
And Marson letting him know how many seconds are left before he's got to pull the line against Connor Shanahan, who, I mean, what do you do here, Shanahan? Do you chase the way that you always chase, or do you hold back a little?
I think Shanahan's going to do what he always does, and that's go 110%, push onto the door, and force the decision to the judges.
Yeah, don't leave
any question marks out there. That's what Shanahan's going to do, and that's what Shanahan's always done. The Shanahan brothers are synonymous for it.
Yeah.
Don't leave anything on the table. Go out there, drive 100%, and make the judges put you into the next step of competition. Here we go. Light goes green. Through the gears they come. Shanahan already smoking wheels on the back of that GT86 as Poytalaakso puts that car to the edge of the circuit, picks up that first outside zone now. Clean line as he comes through. Go right to the edge of the circuit from Poytalaakso. As Shanahan now balances his way through, dives onto the rear wheel of that BMW E92 as they fire through, bumper to bumper on the transition, pop the smoke, comes through Shanahan as he now looks for the door. That E92 BMW squeezes up on the inside across the line.
I gotta say, Juha just so smooth through all of these runs. I mean, it's like the car just floats everywhere he wants it to go, and he's really not fighting it at any point in time, and it makes for this just beautiful run all the way through, gets the car out. But Connor, I mean, plays this very smart. He knows he can chase with anybody, and he does. He pulls back just a touch, not enough to make this look by any means boring, but enough to know that, like, I'm going to get into the pocket. I'm going to make sure that the judges know that I've got this incredible chase, but I'm not going to do anything risky that's going to potentially take him out. And that is the difference as Connor Shanahan has grown older in front of us, is that there were times where maybe he would just be dooring him the entire thing and create some sort of mistake, but that wasn't it. He ends it like that, as we see. Another Shanahan there, incredibly pumped for the young driver.
Yeah, carries a huge amount of fans around with him to the Shanahan family, and super supportive and always cheering for him. And there we go, both guys out of the car, good handshake, and not many words exchanged. I think Connor Shanahan's in full business mode this weekend. He tasted the champagne in Finland, and he will want nothing but to get back on the top step once again here and really cement that championship. Slide him left for Shanahan, right for Poytalaakso. It's one vote for Shanahan. It's going to be Connor Shanahan taking the win and advancing through to the final four, and we lose the Finnish driver. And he's on form and feeling good right now this weekend, and the fans are loving it, and we're loving it, and everyone at home is loving it. Connor Shanahan is back on some momentum. Wins in Finland. Can he win in front of his home ground here in Ireland? Becky's with him right now.
Connor, Congratulations on winning your battle there. It's always about this point of the weekend when you start to creep your way forwards to that top step. What are your thoughts right now? Do you think you've got what it takes?
Yeah, I honestly feel like there's lots left in the tank. Oh, what a feeling. What a feeling to drive a car that good. I honestly cannot thank my team enough. Like the level, what they're working at, giving me the car, but not even that, just the atmosphere, the vibe. My family are here. I've wanted to win this round so bad, and we're 2 battles away, closer than I've ever got here in Mondello Park, and I'll give it everything to bring it home for the Irish crowd. But most importantly, we extend our championship lead. I'm just happy. My spotter's doing an incredible job. The vibe is good. I just want to push and go all the way.
Now you took the next question right out of my mouth. I was about to ask you, like, what's the plan for the next 2 battles? It's only 2 battles.
Yeah, I think the plan right now changes a little bit, and it's full in now. I think the start of today was a little bit more just calculated, you know, thinking about the championship situation. We know Randall, who got, you know, put out a little bit early. Some other top guys got put out, so we knew we had a really good chance of extending the lead here, but 4th place or 1st place is the opinion right now. It's wreckers or checkers. I want the #1 spot.
Well, congratulations, Connor, and good luck, guys. Wreckers or checkers, that's the plan.
That's the plan, Becky. He's going for it. He's going for the top step. He wants as many points as he can bag this weekend. You know, look, Shanahan, 2nd place qualifier, so he already bagged a lot of points there, and the winner of our qualifying showdown as well bagged more points there. If you can win the event, bags almost every single point available this weekend.
There is one man left here right
in his
now
way.
that is going to push to try and take him down.
But there's 2 men.
Oh yeah, I mean, there's still more than that. We got battle, but I mean, this right now for Tony Kavier, this is everything for his championship bid.
Yeah, well, look, Kavier sitting down 4th in the championship right now. He will want to beat Kevin Passer, who isn't really in the championship fight at the moment. But Kavier will want to cement a bit of a better place. He knows that Dean's out. He knows that Randall's out. He knows that Heinen's out of competition. Now is a chance for Torani Kavier to jump up the order a little bit and maybe sit 2nd behind Shanahan as we go into Riga in just a few weeks' time. Here we go, though, through the gears. Off they go. It's going to be Kevin Passer to lead out Torani Kavier. Kavier matches the angle. And look at the proximity for Kavier. He leans on. Oh, and it's a mistake. Leans on the back of Kevin Passer, and it puts him into a mistake as they fire into the outside zone. Kavier now trying to hunt down Kevin Passer as they fire into the 2nd to last outside zone. Kavier goes for it, but it's all over the show as he almost hits the wall and loses some ground.
Yeah, very strange there for Tony Kavier. I mean, listen, I don't want to jump to any conclusions here, but he keeps having to cool that car down. He keeps having to go back there. He is running that thing so difficult, like so hard through every run. But Kevin Passer just throws this car so hard coming over the hill, and he's able to hang on to it. But look at Tor, just understeers, but kind of uses Kevin Passer to be able to keep in the battle. And then Kevin transitions back out and says, all right, try it again. Moving to that outside zone, and then Tor on a very wrong line as they now go into this outside zone, pushing really hard. Kevin Passer adding even a bit more angle. They come through this transition. Actually gives Tor a bit of an opportunity to suck back in as Kevin Passer slows down just a touch. And then Tony Kavier, even through this section, looks like he's clutch kicking, fighting the car just to keep it on pace. But Kevin Passer, absolutely perfect out front.
Yeah, he is certainly perfect out front. An incredible lead line once again from Kevin Passer, a man that didn't really qualify too well yesterday. 19th place for Kevin Passer. He's now laying down these lead lines that are worthy of 1st or 2nd place. And you can see the panic there from Torani Kavier as he's trying to throw that car at Kevin Passer and put himself back into the fight. Maybe interesting to know how the judges see that initiation, because I know they're looking over it and over it.
Yeah.
Well, you know,
interesting, yeah. Well,
different camera angles.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Kevin Passer, I mean, still, we talk about him kind of coming up through this, but finishing 6th last year, he is no slouch at any point in time, but a slower start to the season. And we've seen this before where drivers maybe don't have a great 1st or 2nd round and then start to battle their way up. And then when it comes down to Poland, it's all